need to get myself some moderator. Oh, I'll turn this on. Hola, hola, hola. How are you guys? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. Oh, let me share up my live. How do I do that from this page? Hi, everybody. Elaine, Drip. I guess they're just passing through. Hi. Share this thing. Okay. Hey, Marvin. Welcome. Michael McCall. Welcome. Brittany or Brittany. Michael Donville. User 9706. How are you guys doing? I'm pulling on my hair. So I say I'm gonna come on and just hang out with you guys. Seeing that this is gonna take the entirety. So but you can always feel free to go ahead and leave your questions or anything that you want to talk about. Hi, Wade. Mel. If you're joining me for the first time, remember to go ahead and follow me if you haven't followed me here as yet. You can also follow me and subscribe to my YT page at Think Nursing. And I'll definitely share the full video for the live over there. So you can have it to watch later on just in case you're not going to be here for the entire time. All right. Money Messam Abby, Boss Lady. Nai. Obaduzi. Did I say that correctly? How are you doing? I am doing good. How about you? What are you up to? What are you your plans for today? And where you're joining from? Remember to go ahead and share up the live as well, please, and thank you. Where are you joining from? Obodoze or Oboduizi. Hi, Marcia, Melly. This is the hardest part of doing this braid, pulling it down. It's always take a lot of time to pull down. All right. It's been in for a little over 2 months. Been washing it, retightening the front, the edges, and I feel as though I'm kind of getting tired of it, so I'm gonna pull it down and then redo it in the next couple of days, probably next week, or probably I start it this week, and then from there. Hi Yvonne, Fluffy and Brownie, Bobsy, welcome. So this is my plan for today. Had some notes I'm supposed to do, but I haven't done them as yet. I'll do them later on. Trini Mel, welcome. Ella Francis, welcome. If you're here, that is. All right. Maxine is here. Kamal, Anga Whirl, Robert, Chablings. And can we try to see if we can, I'm gonna try to fix this. Sharina, welcome, how are you doing? Unforgettable L. Let me see, how do I leave that on the screen here? Let me see if this works. Oh, yeah. And then I'll pin it there. All right. Journey, Samik, Big H, Varsa, Patel. Patel is a very common name here in Texas, or in the area that I'm at. Yeah, a lot of people don't hear the name Patel. Obu, welcome. Cool Youth, welcome. All right. Hi, Robert. How are you? Where are you joining from? Trying to get back to my natural state. How are you doing, Cool Youth? Yeah, trying to pull down these things and get it fixed up for another day. But anyways, you know, I'm good. I am doing good. Oh Lord, this seemed like it wanted to rust on me. Anyways, yeah. Okay, Daniel Curtis, welcome. And Brooklyn, New York. Okay, Jamaica. Okay, nice. Where in Jamaica you're from? I'm from Manchester. Not the sweet part of, you know, well, I'm from the sweet part of Manchester. Yeah, the countryside. Oh, Florida. Okay, nice, nice. If you don't mind, guys, can you just tap up the live for me, please? And share it to at least one person. Just one. Not that needy. Just one. All right, that's how you actually get the word out, so other persons can actually come onto the live. All right. Yeah, I was in Florida the other day. I was in Kissimmee the other day on vacation. It was good. Sunday hot though. Yeah, and almost every evening rainfall, which is not bad. Yeah, it's not like Texas where they said the rain is going to fall for probably like 15 minutes and in 15 minutes it's done. It seemed like it wanted to rain out the entire vacation. But it was all right. I wasn't complaining. The parks actually had closed a little bit early because of the weather in the evening. So some of the slides or the rides were still, you know, they locked them down a little bit earlier. I'm from Manchester, Atlanta. Okay, I have a friend in Atlanta. Where's she from again? I don't remember. Yeah, but it's like the countryside of Atlanta. Jacksonville. Okay. I did it when I was doing my emergency room program in Jamaica. We went to Jacksonville Hospital. I think it's like Jacksonville Memorial. Yeah, I spent a day there. And it was nice. That's one hospital I think I could work at. It was very busy. And I think I would have loved their trauma. Their trauma there. Cool Youth says, I want followers to go with you. Definitely, yeah, man. We want the followers them to come over here and keep company. You know, ask questions, tag them little friends, so everybody can come over here and, you know, chit chat. All right. St. Andrew went to Decarter. Oh, Decarteret. I went to Manchester High, Robert. What year are you? Not saying that, you know, I probably know you, but, you know, what year you passed through. Let me see if I can. Okay, look at it. But I went to Manchester High, what, class of 2005? Okay, yeah. But then again, you know, if I have no picture up, let's see if you have a photo up. Okay, yeah, Manchester is my little place. Tamarilva, thank you for tuning in. Princess, welcome to the page here. And as I say, you can follow me on YT as well, because I'm gonna be a big content creator one day. Name Mullo ring a bell. Yeah, man, Mullo ring a bell. That's Mullo with the parts place, right? Blossom. Or yeah, I think I have a Mullo in my community as well. So it depends in Asia. It depends on which Mullo you're talking. So you have Mullo in Mandeville that does the parts place, and you have Mullo in my community. Mullins. Yeah, Mullins. I remember Mr. Mullins from Manchester High, and there was a Mullins from one of my community as well. So I forget names like that, you know. I tend to remember a lot of things and people. So even though I probably don't remember their names all the time, their face, yeah, man, I can say, oh, I know you know, I remember you from somewhere. Yeah. So which of the Mullins you're talking, or the Mullo you're talking now? All right, so when I braid my hair, this is the easiest way. Gilbert. Yeah, well, I don't really know the first name, you know, sorry. I really know the first name like that. All right, so like when I braid it, this is my technique for my faux locks, just in case you're curious. And my hair would probably end somewhere close to this section. So I normally just cut it Tops Original Kentucky, and then I unravel it, and then I'll try to find the loose hair. Oh, not all the time it works out in my favor, because some of them I retighten them. Charles Wright, welcome. It takes a lot of time. This took me about probably like 2 weeks to get it done, because I was doing things in the meantime with it. So it took a while, but I normally braid it with the 3-strand, you know, plait, and then I wrap it afterwards to get this nice little faux locks look. So this is what I do first, and then wrap it. So this is like the 3-strand, and then I wrap it. So it takes a lot of time, and depending on the length you're looking for, you know, but I tend to have a natural look with this rather than putting the, you know, the ones that are pre-twist. Yeah, I tend to have a more natural. Yes, I do my own hair, my braids. When I'm gonna braid it back, I'll do another live so you can actually see my technique. But I do have it on my YT page as well. But I do my own braids because I'm a little fussy when it comes on to who goes in my hair. So I've been doing my hair since high school, but I haven't been doing it like this. It's normally just me plaiting or twisting my natural hair. And then I fall in love with this during COVID, because I'm more of I like the twist out, I like the twist out, and I have a lot of hair. Like, I have a lot of hair. So my hair is my beauty. So I try to maintain the natural look as best as possible. But you know, after a while, you need a little bit of a change. You need something to kind of help with your mornings. So yeah, and then depending on how you're saving money for your hobby, for real. I tell you, the first time I went to the hairdresser here, I was trying out something, and I always love the bob hairstyle. So I wanted to put the bob, you know, the braids in, or the weave, what do you call it? Yeah, the wig. And it cost me, the braids or the weave cost probably like $300 and something, and that was the like human hair. It was expensive, and then to put it in, they cost another arm and a leg to do that. I think this was the first time I was going to the hairdresser here. And you know, to wash it is another extra money, and then because it was a lot of hair, them start complaining and all them stuff there. And then to clip it up, they charge another bag of money. And I was like, this don't make no sense, because by the time I go home and I lift up, you know, I do something like this, the hair I lift off of my head. And I just pull it down and leave them a review because they never did a good job. And I was like, no, this is not worth it. When I do my hair, I think I feel much comfortable with it than to have somebody do my hair and it don't really make much sense. You know, look good, you know, and everybody said that you're wearing a wig. I don't like that. So I just stick to what I can do. And that's just it. So when I saw this on YouTube, well, you know, they have the regular Faux Locs. And during COVID time, I was washing my hair and I wanted to kind of just stop using the blow dryer. So I literally go ahead and just chop the hair. I think I cut it down to probably like here. So that way it looks real natural and virgin. Let's see. I was looking back for my virgin hair. And I tell you, I was there and I never realized that I never cut it properly. Yeah, because it was just too blunt. And when I did that, it wouldn't twist or anything. So that's how I ended up on YouTube now, trying to find styles to kind of help with getting my hair back. And so this is it. So funny enough, when I pulled it down, it had grown like significantly, because I wasn't wearing braids like that for, you know, I never normally wear braids. It's always just my hair and I twist it out. And I tell you, I did love it. So from then, I just keep on wearing it. And so that's my go-to look at all times. Thank you everyone for tuning in. All right. It's just my go-to look at all times. So, yeah. But I'm not a hairdresser or anything. I just do it in my spare time. Can't do anybody else's hair like this because it's going to take up too much time. And plus, I don't want anybody to call me to pull it down. So, yeah, that's just it. All right. Sonia Davis, welcome. Thank you for joining and following. All right, but what you guys want to talk about today? I see about 30 persons on the live, and I can't just go ahead. Yes, whoever is doing that with the hearts, thank you so much. Yeah, let's try to get the live, you know, a little bit more likes and get it sent over to other persons as well. As I say, you just need to send it to one person in your following. Save time if there is a stylist. Definitely, if you have a stylist, definitely. You know, as I say, I just work with the one thing. It fits me, works for me. Don't have any problem. So that's just it. But you know, you have some persons who definitely can manage their own hair, which is totally understandable. But what I don't like is when I go to the hairdresser and then you have about 5 different people in your hair. Like, no, that's a no for me. So when I was in Jamaica, I only had one hairdresser. And if she's busy and if she can't do the hair, then I'll probably come back another day, or I'll probably go home and do it myself. But yeah. User 870379, welcome. Hi, how are you doing? Yeah, so this is the part where, you know, I hate because you have so much here. But yeah, so this is what I do on my Sundays, some of my Sundays, apart from washing and cleaning. Yeah, do my hair. So you guys don't cook up on a Sunday dinner? Or how many persons do practice Sunday dinner cooking? Like, you know, do you have a special meal that you normally cook on a Sunday? For me, it's, you know, rice and peas and chicken, the same old same. But you do it, you know, depending on how you want it. You can barbecue it, you can stew it down, fry it. Yeah. But usually part of our Jamaican tradition is to cook rice and peas and the chicken. So yeah, not all the time I do it, but majority of the time I do when I'm in the mood. All right. Thank you for the share, user 87037.9. Appreciate that. Kalia Mama, how are you doing? Okay. Nobody has any questions? I see about 10 persons on the live. Watch country. Oh, I think Angela say watch country girl. I am currently in the US. I'm currently in the US, Angelo. Yeah, I'm in Texas. Where are you? And are you a nurse or what area are you in? So just for persons who are not familiar and probably you're on the live for the first time, I'm a Jamaican. All right. Yeah, a Jamaican. Yeah, I'm a Jamaican. All right. So I transitioned from Jamaica to the States here in 2016. So I'm a nurse. I work as a house call nurse practitioner now. I love it some days. Some days I really don't love it. But overall, I love nursing. I love what I do. I spent a lot of time in emergency room nursing, so that's where my passion is. And yeah, anything about emergency room, that's me. All right. And yeah, I just come on and I share just insights. I do answer questions regarding nursing transition. If you have questions as a nurse, feel free to reach out. You know, I'm trying to be a full-time content creator. I want to do a lot of interviews with nurses, have them share their story, eventually broaden it, you know, like the podcast, broaden it where I'll have other persons. If you're a, you know, if you're a lawyer and you want to share your story, something to motivate, you know, that's what I want for my my podcast. And you know, that's definitely what I want to do. Travel around and just interview nurses and hear what it is like, you know, being a nurse in different parts of the world. And yeah, so Angela is saying I'm in New Hampshire. I'm Jamaican on a farm work program. Okay, nice. Yeah, passed through New Hampshire when I was doing my contract in Maine. So that's where I did my first nursing contract in the States here. It was a long-term contract from Jamaica to Maine. New Hampshire wasn't that bad. Yeah, it wasn't that bad down that side. Sad some days, but you know, it wasn't that bad. Fella, welcome. TS, welcome. Fly with the Jake, welcome. All right. So it wasn't that bad. I did enjoy my contract and then I move on. So where in Jamaica am I from? I'm from Manchester. I'm originally from Manchester. Cool Manchester. You know, that boring place. Yeah, that's where I'm from. Yeah. So that's where I did my, you know, I grew up in the countryside of Manchester. You're from St. Anne? Okay, my sister is living in St. Anne. So, yeah, but I grew up in the countryside of Manchester. I always tell people that, you know, back in the days, I was living off-grid. Yeah, man, I was living off-grid back in the days. Because whenever I have electricity like that, running water, what else? Internet, Yeah, man. Like years later on, them stuff there come about. You know, so when I see people talking about grid life, you know, living off grid and them off flush toilet, I mean, I say, I know off grid I live. You know, so, you know, you live in the fancy life. You're from Mandeville Fly with Jake. Okay, nice, nice. Yeah. Went to Manchester High. Christiana side. Okay, okay. No, I'm not from Christiana side. I'm from Asia side. Yeah. That's like no Patrick side going down that side. Yeah. So, yeah, I used to work on the farm. If you haven't heard my story, I did talk about my story, you know, where I was working on the farm with my dad, my parents, and all of those things. But that's another story. But I will talk about it every now and again. But definitely check out my YT page. I share my story over there multiple times. Because as I say, it's more for, my page is more for, you know, just motivation, inspiration, education on all of those things. So I do talk about my, you know, my upbringing, and that's just it. So definitely go over there and hear more. You know, I used to have, I never had flush toilets, so I talk about that, and cell phone use. What else? Going to primary school and having to walk like some long distance. Yeah, and the distance was because of my parents. Yeah, they wanted to send me to their school. But I had other sisters or siblings, you know, so it was okay. Hi, how are you doing, TS Music? Welcome to you too. All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. And Stubbornness, welcome. You sound like you come from Jamaica. Yeah, so I went to Manchester High School, did my years there. Then I went to Northern Caribbean University. Started out, I wasn't so sure what I was gonna do because I never have the money. So anyways, you know, started a work program because they had this work study program on campus, which was good. So not a problem, TS. Thank you for doing so. I appreciate that. So I enrolled in the work study program and was working in one of the cafeteria off camp. Well, it was a part of the campus up there, but it was across the road. So it was called Tyson at the time. So I was working as a server. Wasn't so sure what I was gonna do, but I know definitely I wanted to go to college. Because, you know, back in the days, a lot of people don't plan for your education like that. Some parents do. The ones that are well educated, they tend to plan for that. So mine, you know, they have a little education and all, but they never have the money to go ahead and say, oh, they're planning for, you know, their kids' tuition or their future. So for me, that was a little bit different. So I started out at Thai Center, then finally decided that, okay, I'm going to go and apply because somebody told me about that and student loans. I was like, all right, you know, I'm going to go ahead and apply for student loan. Because at the time when I was in high school, even though, you know, you hear people talk about student loan, I wasn't really researching it that much. Yeah, so I just finished high school, had my subjects, and be like, okay, then what am I going to be doing? And then when you're involved in like church, you go to church, and even if you're not 100% always active, you know, your little participation, it does count. And so you might find out that you have persons you know, that are there that is doing something different. They're going to college, they're encouraging you, and you see people who don't have any money either going to college, and it was just like that, you know. And so you just kind of feel as though you have to go to college as well, because other persons that are in similar situation as you, you know, taking that leap of faith, they're working, they're studying, they're making them way out, and that was just it for me. So finally got the urge and, you know, started the application, but didn't got into nursing at the time because they were saying I needed, well, it wasn't at that time. The lady said I never dressed properly, and I thought I was well dressed, you know. I was wearing a pants, but you know, it's an Adventist institution, so at the time they were really into the skirt, so that was my biggest mistake. And I went back and did the interview in a skirt, and got through. But at the time, you see, because you don't want to mess up your plans, so I had applied for teacher education, and then I was doing that in the meantime because I was thinking about doing the human and social biology. No, not that human and social biology, the straight bio, because they were saying that I needed, no, HNS bio, because I had straight bio. So I was saying, no, I'm not going to go to pre-college to do that because I don't have no money for do pre-college. So I said, I'm just going to go ahead and do something else. But I still wanted to do nursing. So I went back up to the enrollment office and spoke with someone. And they said, no, I have straight bias. I can actually get into nursing. But, you know, you have to go into nursing in a specific time of the year. You can't just say, oh, you're going to do a nursing program and just switch over. But it was a good thing I was only doing general courses because I wanted to do nursing. So I didn't want to be doing a lot of courses that never make any sense. And so I was able to switch over to nursing. And then, yeah. But, you know, you switch over to nursing and then at the time, you don't really know much about what is going on. It's very expensive. I may never have the money. My parents never had the money, you know. And so, as I say, when it comes down to support, you always have support in your community. And that is good. Church families were there. And I was able to do that. And afterwards, you know, graduated was the biggest thing, you know, feel so good. At the time, I had another sister. So I had two sisters at the time going to college as well. One was doing teacher education and one was doing accounts. Graduated and, you know, started working. Did my first job at one of the public hospitals in Jamaica. Got a lot of experience there, even though, you know, short staff. Most of the time, you don't have the resources. But I did got my experience there. Loved it. Just needed a little bit more money to stay there because at the time I had taken student loan and the amount of money that I was supposed to be repaying for student loan was more than or equivalent to my base salary. So it never really make any sense. So, you know, you have to think about other ways out. I tried at one point to see if I could get a taxi. Yeah, try to get a taxi on the road to see if that would make sense. But it never really make any sense because the car that I got never... It was one of those new, you know, the newest cars to make all of that money. And it never really made no sense. The car just... People don't really take care of your vehicle all the time. And so it never really makes sense in the end. So that kind of went downhill. And then I was thinking about what else can I do. So I went back to school and did my emergency certification at the University Hospital of the West Indies. Did I cut my hair? No. At the University of West Indies. Came back after I was finished thinking that, no, I'm a big CEN, as in, you know, certified emergency room nurse. I was like, yeah, I am CEN trained. I'm going to get a decent position and more money because now I'm going to be a full-time or permanent staff. Because at the time, you know, the government or the system, they only had a certain amount of positions for permanent staff. So let's say they had probably, it was like less than 100 in the, I think they had less than 100 positions for permanent staff. So a lot of persons that were on as RN and CN, they were like temporary permanent at the time. So I was a part of that. So now I got my C and I felt like, oh yeah, I'm a certified emergency room nurse. I'm going to get a full-time position because I need, you know, specialist nurses. Lo and behold, that wasn't the case. I was still a temporary permanent in that position. You understand? Get a little extra for your certifications, but my base salary and everything never really increased. And I was like, this don't make no sense. I have student loan to pay. I wasn't servicing it that well, but I was trying to keep the account active just because, you know, I don't want it to be a case where you're making money, you're not making some payments to it. So I was like, all right, this is what I'm going to be doing. Service the loan, the account until I figure out how I was going to pay off my student loan. And then you don't want it to be a case where, you know, your name gets into the paper because in Jamaica, they tend to broadcast your name. Yeah, man, when you owe student loan, they tend to broadcast your name and annoy your guarantors. At the time, I had about 6 guarantors because the tuition for my nursing program was so expensive. So the persons that I had for my guarantors were just, you know, I guess their salary wasn't enough to cover my tuition. So I ended up having 6 or 7. Yeah, 6 or 7 guarantors for my loan as a, you know, as a student nurse at the time. And so when I graduated, I never want the embarrassment. I mean, I like embarrassment like that, you know. No, so I made it a point of duty that that was my, you know, priority. Most important thing after graduating was to pay back my student loan. And then they had made a little thing to say, well, that was a student loan bureau. They said, go ahead and just make sure your account is active. So I was like, okay, then I'll go ahead and start paying like $30,000, you know, and be consistent, showing that, yes, I have interest in paying back. And then it was like after when I finished my, you know, the CEN program, when I came back, there were a lot of persons that were talking about recruiting companies at the hospital. But, you know, as nurses, a lot of times we don't talk about money. And if you're flying out, we don't really talk about them stuff there. You just fly out in secret. Yeah, it's no different for us as Jamaicans. You understand? Because them always say people mouth with salt, you. Yeah, so we just kind of keep things under, you know, until nobody knows see at the hospital again. And that was just it, you know. I went down after finishing the emergency room program, and I realized that a lot of persons were talking about this recruiting company, but nobody was really giving, you know, the heads up as to what was happening. And at the time, I had just got back from the emergency room program and was no in the department. So all of those persons that were there are not really, you know, my friends. I'm just gonna be meeting them for, not really for the first time, but you know, I'm just gonna be passing through there now. So I asked one of them and they told me, but you know, sometimes they're talking and sometimes they never really say everything. That was the case. I was there and I was like, all right, I think I heard what they said in terms of a recruiting company. So I went home the night. I remember I was working the 2 to 10 shift. I went home and it was like after 10 in the night and it was just on me. I'm like, what company are they talking about? Because you type in, sometimes, you know, probably persons will say, this is the name of the company, and you go ahead and you look up the company and you see about a million different companies with the same information. So that's what was happening. So I went ahead and look at the reviews, and then I decided, okay, this is the one I'm gonna send out information to. And then they were pretty quick. By the next day, they responded to the email and, you know, started the whole process. And then because I was thinking that I was just so late because the entire department was on this thing about leaving the country, I was like, no, I have to get things going because I don't want to be a case where, you know, I am here and I don't get the opportunity. So I literally fast track everything. As soon as a company reach out and say, hey, they need this, me on top of it. And funny enough, I was a part of the first set of persons who actually left for the company. Because, you know, sometimes you think you're behind, and then because of that, you know, you're thinking it's like you're pushing yourself, not realizing that you're ahead of the game. That was the situation for me. And so I did all of that finally, you know, and after probably like 1.5 years after signing my contract with the company, I got here to the States, and yeah, that was it. Paid off my student loan because, as I said, that was priority. So I come over here, paid off my student loan because I don't want it to be said that, you know, should they are foreign now, because we know we stay. Yeah, if any Jamaicans on here, we know we stay. You understand? You owe your student loan and all them stuff there. We start talk and people start watching and all them stuff there. I never want it. I don't want people to be in my business like that and be talking things behind my back. So definitely, I owe the government money. That was my priority, paying off my student loan. All right. And it was really nice. Like, you know, because as I say, I was always reaching out to the bureau. We're trying to find out and letting them know that this is where I'm at, because I don't want my face to become public. You understand? Even though I was servicing my loan, but I just never wanted them to feel as though I am probably making money and not servicing my loan and all them stuff there. So I definitely went ahead and, you know, reach out to the Student Loan Bureau and let them know, okay, this is what is happening. Can you figure out how I'm going to be paying back this amount of millions of dollars to you guys, you know, and so that way I'm not having this interest, you know, adding up. And they were like, okay, then well, they'll work with me, you know. And so they came up with a plan, and I worked with the 6 months plan and just paid them off, you understand? And went back down, fly back to Jamaica to make sure that, yes, my student loan actually pay off. I went back up to the bureau and collect my receipt that says $0.00. Yeah, man. And laminate it and keep it close. Because all of that money that I spent for my education in Jamaica, yeah, a couple years later, paid it off, and that's good. All right, and I'm here today, and as I say, I want to be a full-time content creator. So all of you 65 persons on here, thank you so much for tuning in. Follow me on YT. All right, that's the other platform because they say you can't really say the word on here. I don't want my channel to get ding or my platform to get ding. So follow me over there, watch my videos, and be active on my page, just like how you're active over this side. All right, as I say, I share everything regarding that. But anyways, back to the whole story. Seeing that I'm in the mood to talk. I'm always in the mood to talk. But yes, I came over here and started that. And then I was on my contract. The company that I came with was a really good company. If you're interested in recruiting if you're interested in any recruiting company, I would highly encourage Avant Healthcare. They're the ones I came on with. No regrets, I must say, with them. I came up with them, did, my contract was supposed to be for like 2.5 years. But as I say, you get the opportunity to just run with it. And I went ahead and tried to complete my contract in a timely manner, because it was based on hours as well as based on years. So I was working with the years because I don't really want to tie up in any contract too much. So I did go ahead and finish off my contract. But before that, it kind of slowed down because I started my nurse practitioner program or degree at the time, and found out that I was pregnant. So for Mr. Angelo that is asking, are you married over there? I'm married from Jamaica. All right, so during that time I found out that I was pregnant at the time when I am trying to speed up this contract to complete it. And I was like, all right, not going to let anything stop the show. The work must continue. So I was rushing now to finish off my contract so I can actually get on to full-time with the company, because then I would start getting all of those, the better rates and insurance and all of those little things. So I started put on a little bit more, rush on to working the amount of hours and finish up the contract. So I finished up the contract in like 1.5 years time. And then by the time my contract ended, like, so for example, my contract ended today, tomorrow I sign on full time, and then the next day I go on to maternity leave because I was just tired. I was just like over it. Done my contract and spent some time with the company, say thank you. You don't want to leave like that. But at that time, in my mind, I'm just working up, working all of the little extra, taking the FMLA and all those little things, that the benefits that do come with the company. And then after, I just left because I've done my time with the company as well as with the recruiting company. And, it just continues. It's just a roller coaster of events since then. But it has been a really, wonderful opportunity coming here and seeing. And then, you start working as a nurse and you realize that nursing in America is totally... Nursing is nursing, but it's a little bit harder over here because the patient's population, because everybody have phones, they have access to everything and they will dictate how they want you to take care of them and everything. It's a little bit different. I love it because of the resources and everything. You can advocate a little bit more for your patients. But after a while, yeah, man, coming like slave work. It's a lot of work. You have 4 patients and the 4 patients are mad you. Yes, after a while, it's like I'm at my, I am there. It's just too much. And don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid of work. I'm not scared of work. I will give the best care. Anybody will tell you I give the best care in terms of like, when I'm taking care of my patients. I will give the best care. I go above and beyond for my patient. But I'm telling you, it's a lot of work. So for persons who are nurses and you're planning on coming over here, yes, it's a lot of work. And then, after completing that, I started, I wanted to work in cardiology. That's what I wanted to do, cardiology or renal. And, but I don't want to be doing and ICU, but I don't want to be doing, as a nurse practitioner, that is, in the emergency room. But I never wanted to be working on call. I don't want to be working weekends. I want flexibility. I want time, to spend with family. All of those things that comes with a 9-to-5. That's what I was looking for, because I think I've done a couple of years well at bedside, wanted something different. And I was like, no, I don't think I want to do that. So I did geriatrics. I did primary care, and it's been pretty okay so far. Some days, yes, I'm bored, I guess, because my background is in emergency room. So I feel as though I'm a little bit bored, but then you know, you go out there and you advocate and you sit down and listen and you see the patients and you understand a little bit why, or a little bit more as to why certain things are happening with our patients. You see a patient come in and they're morbidly obese, but you don't really understand why. Some of them, you know, they have a lot of wounds. You don't really understand why until you get into the homes of these patients. And even though a lot of times it is so depressing, you know, going into the homes of the patients, it's a different, you know, it's totally different from inpatient setting, because as I said, you see the patients, they come in and you don't really understand. People come in and they make up story, they tell you and they make it seem as though everything is like, you know, beautiful at home. They don't have the support and all of those things, and you're just taking their word for it. But when you go to their home, it's a total ball game, total kettle of fish down there. And it just opened up my mind, you know, my eyes a little bit more to all the different things that are contributing to why our patients are ill, and, you know, family involvement and all of them stuff there. And that's why a lot of the videos I talk about, you know, things that I experience with patients. So even though, yes, you want to talk about the good as well, but a lot of times it's depressing, because some of the situations are, you're wondering, especially like, for example, you know, the one that I posted with the daughters who are at home and the mother not being cared for on the weekends. Like, those things are very depressing and sad. You understand? Especially for persons who are sick and persons who have kids. You're there and you're wondering if this is what is going to be happening to you years from now. Yes, some of us as kids, we don't have no conscience, we don't have no, you know, we don't care that much. They want people to care for them, you know, but they're not taking up the opportunity to give back the care to their loved ones, their mother, their father. No, them treat them real bad. You understand? Strangers give the best care to some of these, you know, patients that I'm seeing out there, and that's just it. So long and short of it is that don't rely on your family. You think you can probably have 10 kids and you think that it's gonna be a case where the 10 of them going to come back and take care of you. No, some of them turn them back on you. You understand? They turn their back on you, and some are probably just waiting for you to die, you know, because that's just how it is. Them not care, them no business. You understand? They don't want to spend the extra money to do one little thing. Put them in a nursing home, put them in a group home, get a caregiver to come and take care of them. Even when, you know, yes, you have the good old Medicaid, or, you know, the Medicare benefits that they're on. A lot of them, they don't want to spend any money out of them pocket. You understand? They just want to wait until that insurance plan come through, and then they just benefit from it. But as far as I'm concerned, a lot of the patients up here, they don't have the support. Where I'm from, even though, you know, you have people down there and we talk about crime and we talk about violence and all of those things, when it comes down to your family members being there, that support system, it is very strong. Even if them don't have anything to give you, it is there. You understand? The presence is there. Here, you have all of these resources and they have access to so many things. But at the end of the day, they're not making use of it. They're not making use of it and all. You understand? So that's just it. So anyways, where was I again? Angelo is saying, so true. Definitely. Yeah, it's just a reality of what is going on. The only time you see support, I feel, is when they come to the hospital. When they come to the hospital, a lot of them, they say that, you know, they're there for the patients. They're there for the patients. No, but some of them just come because they don't want it to look bad. You know, you're walking with your Louis Vuitton bag and you're looking so neat and nice and whatever. They just come to show, you know, just show up to say, okay, I am here. But when they leave and they go home, they're not taking care of them. They're not taking care of them. God bless the ones that are out there that are taking care of them, and you can count them on the, you know, your one hand. But for majority of the patients out there, nah, Some relatives don't even have the time to bring them to some appointments, go and pick up medications, things like that, the simple things. Get them food. Some of them to live 10 minutes away from them, and you know, 10 minutes away. And when you ask them, when was the last time your daughter or your relative come and visit? 2 months, 3 months ago. You understand? You have people who are walking in sun hot. The sun could have hot from now until, you know, thy kingdom come. You have persons who are walking for hours to go and visit loved ones. Walk for hours and bring something to their family members because they don't have a car. And you're telling me you're living 10 minutes away from your 95-year-old relative, mother and father, and you can't find the time to go over there and look at them for once? Like, that is just so bad. You understand? That is just so bad. But then again, you know, to each his own. Hi Jonathan, how are you? I often marvel at people who think they will never get it all. Yeah, it is just sad. Hi, Jackson. How are you doing? Blessings to you too. Yeah, but the patients and their relatives, you know. And I'm not blaming or complaining about, you know, the relatives that are there or the patients or the daughters that are there. And, you know, I'm just saying you have a responsibility as well. We all have a responsibility, and that's just it. But not saying that some people will say that having kids is not guaranteed, and we understand that. But if you're going to keep them under your roof, you have a responsibility. You understand? You have a responsibility. If you can't keep them under, if you don't want to keep them under your roof, you know, you put them somewhere else and you give up that responsibility to somebody else. But if you're going to have them under your roof, and the expectation is that you're caring for them, and that's just it. But you can't have them under your roof and they're not getting any food, you know, you're not changing them, and that's it. It's just not not right at all. I don't understand how some of us even, you know, sleep at nights like with that. That's just it. So if you don't want to have that responsibility, put them somewhere else, and you don't visit them, and you do everything else. But if they're gonna be under your roof, the least you can do is 1 and 2 little things. All right. So, but for persons who are planning on having kids, I'm not saying, you know, go and have your kids. Go and have your 5, 10, 15. You understand? Your bundle of joy. Because probably 5 out of it, or, you know, 10 or the 15 of them will definitely come back and take care of you. And we're not having kids just to come back and take care of us. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, you know, at the end of the day, you're hoping that when you have your kids, at least they're going to be there. It pains me sometimes when I was working in the emergency room, and even though, like, I see these old people in their nursing home or the group homes or even their home, and you know, you go and knock on some of these room doors and they don't even know who is coming, and they're just saying come, because they just want somebody there. You understand? They just want to have somebody there. So go ahead and have all the kids, because at the end of the day, you know, it's a joy to have, it's a blessing to have them. And at the end of the day as well, when your parents or your loved one is on those beds, you know, at least I can have somebody, at least one person who can come and try to advocate for them. And I always tell people, yes, as nurses, we complain and we say, yes, that relative just needy. Yeah, because sometimes I say it, because some of us are very needy, very, very needy. They don't feel as though the other 3 patients that you have is important as well. They feel as though mama need to get the warmest blanket, and they need to get the fluffiest pillow and the yellow socks and the cup at the side. And yeah, I understand that. You understand? Because you love your parents, so you're going to go above and beyond and ask for all of those things to make them comfortable. You understand? But then we can look at it on the other hand to say, what about those persons who don't have anybody to do that? You understand? Definitely go ahead and ask for all the things to make your relative or your loved one comfortable, because you care about them. You understand? Because the table will turn one day. We're going to be in those positions, you know, where we can't do anything for ourselves. And you're going to want somebody to come and wipe that little tear. You know, the little tear. Sometimes you go to the hospital and you see some people with some tears here and it just dry up like they're crying. Yeah, you don't want somebody to come and wipe that little tear for you. You don't want anything like, you know, your mouth is dry and you don't have somebody there to come and put on a little Vaseline and make you look cute in bed, on your dying bed. Yeah, you want somebody to come and sit down with you. And while you're taking your last breath, somebody's there holding your hand and all them stuff there. It always pain my heart. Nobody no come for days. Patient die. Broken hearted. But yeah. Clive Wallace, welcome. Who this have 25? Jackson, you have what, 25 kids? Oh Lord, the Bible says be fruitful and multiply, no? So you take it to heart. I'm just messing around with you. But yeah, so that's just it. So but I'll share stories and what? Okay. But yeah, you know, I'll share the stories out there so persons can be aware, because as I say, a lot of times, you know, we talk about a day in the life of a nurse, and I wish a lot of persons would showcase what exactly a day in the life, a real day in the life of a nurse is. It's not really about Stanley Cup and the fanciest of scrubs and the fanciest of, you know, sneakers, footwear, and all of that glamour, you know. I would love for us to actually talk a little bit more about some of the things that we see on a daily basis. So persons can be aware, you understand? Things like that is what I really would want us to highlight a little bit more. So persons can have a better understanding that, especially like when they come to the hospital, this is what, you know, they might be, when they come to the hospital, this is what they might be experiencing in terms of sometimes like the long wait because of the fact that, oh, I just saw probably like 15 patients in the last 2 hours or 3 hours, and how many codes they probably did or whatever, things like that, to showcase a real day in the life. Because if a lot of people see exactly what we're doing as nurses, you know, or hear what we're doing as nurses, they would have a little bit more understanding, and I don't feel as though everybody is on TikTok at work, you know, just doing TikTok videos, and everybody is live streaming and all those things. No, you have people out there that are really doing hard work, you know. So that's just it. As a nurse, how much do you want? I have one, you know, I mean, I tell you, it's a handful, because childcare in America is expensive, and I like Jamaica, where you probably have your neighbor where you can say, watch your kids, or you have your family members who you can say watch your kids. No, it's expensive up here, very, very expensive. It costs an arm and a leg, and depending on where you live as well and the school you want him to go. So only 2 or 3 minutes I want, or any amount the husband want, but you know, we say 2. All right, but I have 1, so in due time hopefully I'll get the other one, or probably I have a twin, I don't know. Name islands you're from? I'm from Jamaica. That's home. All right, 25 is a handful. 25 is more than a handful. As I say, I have one that is 6 years old, and he's a handful. Me not lie, but he's a good handful. All right, I don't have to talk too hard to him. I guess, you know, you hear my voice. Yeah, man. I'm not really into the foolishness. I'm the typical kind of Jamaican mother. I talk and he listens, and when I say it's the tablet time is over, him not going to ask me what tablet me talking about or what time I'm talking about. Him know that it's supposed to close and him go in bed. So I really talk too much to him, so him understand me and me understand him. So with it, I think I'm good. Is Dr. what is it? Dr. Umar Johnson Craig? Who named Dr. Umar Johnson? I'm gonna call that name there. Is this Dr. Umar Johnson from Africa, who is building the school? Welcome to my live. Welcome to my live. All right. Hey, gal. No, you know, use that word, you know, Dr. Johnson. We come from Jamaica. We don't really say that to our young ladies down there. All right. So I can understand if you're an American here and you're using that one, then me kind of will, you know, okay it. But most of the time I don't meet them I talk to. All right. But welcome to the channel. Oh, so you're Dr. Umar from Africa that is building the school. Hope everything works out for you. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Did you all miss the laugh out loud? And that was... No, I didn't miss it, Jackson. I don't miss it. I mean, I expect you in your young days are going to have 25 kids right about now. Are you from Jamaica? And are you one of our, you know, our artists down there who has a few kids? No, I know you were just messing around. Yeah, in a damn day and age, I don't think anybody would really want to have 25 kids. 25 kids just seem like a lot. Yeah. 25 kids just seem like a lot. But yeah. Yes, you nurses, those work hard. I have a daughter that is a nurse. Okay, Kendrick, no problem. Yeah, nurses, you know, and depending on the ones that are, you know, are really into nursing, you'll definitely see they go above and beyond. And those are the ones that are tired and all. Get tired out a little bit easier than the others, because you have some who are more focused on making sure that the patient is well taken care of. They take care of the patient. go above and beyond. And you have some who are just there for the money. And that's just reality. You understand? Because everybody wants to make money. They want a safe job. So definitely you'll find out, you have some really good nurses who are in it because of the passion, the love for nursing. You understand? And that's just it. You have some that are there because of the money, who they just give the bare minimum. You understand? They give the bare minimum. So, but I don't give bare minimum. You understand? When it comes down to my patients, I treat my patients how I'd want to be treated. You understand? So that's what I always say. Like, I will advocate for my patients because I think that this is what I would have wanted at the time. Not saying that all the time the things that I say, or request from the providers is going to be granted. But at least, I made extra effort to say, hey, doc, I think probably this will work, or you could try this, because nothing is wrong with at least trying. And so that's why I really like, my role as a nurse practitioner now, because I have certain autonomy when it comes on to orders. Because, sometimes in the hospital, if you're a nurse here, you probably understand what I'm talking about. You probably go and say to the doctor that you think that probably the patient would have benefited from this. And because you are the little nurse, them don't even look at you. You understand? When things get bad, they really come and say. And sometimes they don't even say it. You just see the orders just pop in at that time. When it could have been done from a long time. But yeah, a lot of times, I will see my patients and I will say, okay, then this is what I want, or I think the patient will benefit from this. And the doctors then will be like, but then you have to say, okay, then, yeah. You just document it and just leave it as is. They won't do certain things. So now as a nurse practitioner, I feel like I want a CT scan. I feel like I want a lactic acid. I feel like I want this. Whatever I want in the world for my patient, we just go ahead and order it. It's one of two things. Insurance going to deny it, or, we just can't get the testing done. But apart from that, I know that whatever I feel as though will benefit the patient, I will go ahead and order it, advocate for them as best as possible to get that done. Kendrick, yes, that's sir. She make dresses for them at time on special occasions. Okay, nice. I wish I know how to sew. That's nice though. Yeah. So, and that's the thing. If you have a lot of persons who are like that, going above and beyond for the patients, then I think, a lot of times patients will be happy, family members will be happy, the profession will look good, and they will continue seeing nurses as being caring. Let's just say. Styler, welcome. Do you think working home health is better than bedside care in the hospital in terms of total care? Sammy is asking that. Not really, not really. Because it depends on the insurance that the patients have in the house call setting or the home health setting. Sometimes they do get some of the services. So, God. No, I'm not gonna say no. I think in the hospital, a lot of them tend to get total care. In the home health setting, unless they are in like a group home, and even so in the group home setting, a lot of them might not be able to still get their appointments set up. They might not be able to still get physiotherapy and all of those things because they might not have the insurance to cover all of those things. So in the hospital, to some extent, I think the total care is a little bit better there than the home health setting. And then the other thing, in the home health setting, you find out that, as I say, even if you order certain things, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. A lot of them might not have a caregiver to assist with certain things. And even if they do have a caregiver, it's only for a certain time period. So it's like the caregiver is there, before you know it, they still have wounds developing, and it's just a cycle of complications that do happen over time. So I don't think so. I don't think so. In the emergency room or in the inpatient setting, the patients are guaranteed their medication. If there is nobody to medicate the patients outside of the visit that a home health nurse goes in to do once or twice a week, you don't know whether or not the patient do get the medication for the remainder of the week, because they probably don't have insurance to cover for home health nurse to go in that frequent. And even if you have their medication box filled with medication and you leave it at their bedside, they might not have the strength to go ahead and, get that box open, get some water. So things like that. I don't think so. No. That's why I say a lot of the patients, they are so excited, even if you don't confirm a visit with them. And because they're in a bed, they don't have family members visiting. They don't have, like, a home health nurse sometimes with them or a home health aide with them. A lot of them, as soon as they go and just barely knock, they're telling you, come, 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 because they just want somebody there. You understand? They don't know who is at the door, but they just know that it's either a physiotherapist, social worker, a nurse, home health aide, somebody coming there for a few hours just to help them. And a lot of times I might go to a patient's home and, meals on the wheels, leave the food outside. I take it inside, warm it up if they have a microwave. If they don't have one, then they just leave it there until, probably another Meals on the Wheels gets delivered. And then from there. So you realize that the services are there, but it's not really reaching the patient like majority of the time, because there is always going to be those little gaps that needs to be filled. Hi, Sheldon Wright, Firm Root, welcome. Ralston Campbell, welcome. Welcome. So that's just it. But, when you go in home health, you see so much and you understand a little bit more about what patients are going through. And you try to be there a little bit more for the patients. Not saying you weren't there, for them at that time when you were with them. But in terms of, understanding, hearing them expressing certain things, it kind of makes you, have a different mindset towards, their outlook on life and how their prognosis is going to be. You understand? Because sometimes you might see a patient come in and they're like, a lot of patients have a lot of edema and you're wondering, why is that so? But because chips is the easiest thing to get. It's the cheapest thing. It's full of salt. Everybody just don't eat it and drink water as well as the soda. And they just get blow up and then they come back in with the blood pressure. They come in with heart failure and you're wondering what's happening. But they're probably just getting like $250 per, every 2 weeks for Social Security. And that's it. You understand? They have to find something to eat at the same time. They still have to find money to go ahead and pay their little bills. They still have to contribute to this kind of insurance. So really and truly, they're, short on money, but they still have to make sure they're eating. So even though you probably tell them, oh, you need to be on a cardiac diet, they can't be on no cardiac diet. It's low, high salt diet and sodas they're on. You understand? That's it. And so you just have to understand that you can't really complain too much, or, you can't really complain too much. You just have to be like, okay, totally understand and try to find different resources, that will help them in their, in their journey. And a lot of the patients, you'll see are the ones that are low income. Some that do have, that are like medium, will tend to have... they will have the insurance, but they're still not able to access certain things based on the type of secondary insurance that they do have. So that's just it. But the ones who are, definitely lower class, yeah. And then the other thing about it is that some of them don't want to give up certain things. So the resources are there, and some of them just don't want to, let's say, get clean, get into probably proper housing facilities, things like that. So, some of it is on them as well. A lot of it is on them. Yeah, because there are so many things different states. I know for Texas here, there are so many things that different states assist with. But some of the patients don't want to get clean, or they don't want to cut out certain lifestyle, let's just say, in order to get into some of those programs. And what can you do? Can't do anything for them. So, yeah. Bell, welcome. Edson, T178, and a few numbers, welcome. Colin Smith Laverne, how are you guys doing? Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Hey, how can my daughter at US student get employed overseas once she's completed? Mrs. Queen, tell her to go ahead and follow me on YT at Think Nursing. That's a start. All right. So if you want tips and tricks and everything, start with that. Subscribe to my YT page, I Think Nursing. And then I do have her follow me here on TikTok as well, I Think Nursing 1. I do share a lot of information. I transitioned from Jamaica as well. So I talk about my transition, story. and the company and give tips and everything regarding that. So she can start with, you know, that. And then she just needs to sign up with a recruiting company. Hi, Honeycomb. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, but I do share a lot of information, and I do have my number there as well. So if she has any questions, she can also feel free to go ahead and, you know, WhatsApp me or text me, and I will respond once available to her. But, you know, leave the concerns or the questions, inbox me, and I'll answer as well. Thank you, Honeycomb 76 for the follow. All right. So yeah, so as I say, you know, if you're interested in transitioning from one country to the other, definitely you can find information here regarding my transition story and the company that I use and all. All right, and then give you a little tips based on my experience with those company. Or with that company, because I have other persons who came on other companies, recruiting company, and their experience wasn't that good. So definitely, you know, I share the information to help guide other persons so they don't have to fall in the same trap that some of us are, you know, finding ourselves in as international nurses. No problem, no problem. Yeah. But you said US student. Oh, so she's a US student. Yeah. But what I would encourage her to do is make sure she's gonna be getting her experience, get some experience in Jamaica, you know, start working as a nurse, and then she can transition. Because what I find is if you don't have the background, if you don't have, you know, a little bit of experience to come and to start working as a nurse, when you transition, there's so many things that are going to be against you, and you don't want to be a case where you transition from one country with your good up license, and then you end up coming here to hear that you lose your license, or you do something, you know, silly, or you were negligent with something because you weren't so sure, probably because you never had the experience. Because when you get here, it's going to be a faster pace, you know, environment. Everything is going to be new. So you want to have at least the foundation when it comes on to time management, when it comes on to time management, improve on your skills, having a little more comfort when it comes on to assessment. So things like that you definitely want to work on. And I feel as though if you are in your own country where you understand the culture a little bit better, and you know, you're working on your skill, most of the time the persons in the facility that you're with are probably colleagues of colleagues, you know, so you feel a little bit more comfortable. So when you get here to the States or to wherever you're going to be working, you're not going to have to think about the cultural transitioning plus working on your skills, getting comfortable with time management and all of those things. At least certain things will be out of the way. You're already a nurse and you understand how to take care of a patient. The only thing you'll focus on is more of the cultural transitioning and the policies and the protocols for the facility. So I feel it will make you a little bit better in terms of, you know, your experience with transitioning, and not find yourselves probably making a lot of errors at work because you're so focused, you're missing out on your family members at home, and you know, you might not have the support anymore, you're feeling depressed and lonely and all them stuff there that comes with moving from one country to the other. So I would highly encourage persons to make sure you get your experience. But as I say, if it's a case where you just, you know, get the opportunity and you feel as though you have to go because you have obligations that you need to take care of, just make sure you're doing it the right way and think and ask questions as you go along. It might be annoying for some persons, but annoy them, you understand, because you want to make sure you're just protecting your license. So thank you so much for tuning in, Ivadni. Honeycomb, no problem. Kerry 004, Pretty Chrissy. Kendrick Knowles. Yes, this is my first time here listening to you and share a lot of important information. Thank you. Definitely. I try to share as much as I can. Kendrick. Afari Blay, welcome. Rex Jones. Jati, thank you for the follow. All right. Godfrey Roden. Thank you so much for following. All right. So, yeah. But that's the only thing I would say. I know a lot of times, as I say, the opportunity do comes and we want to go. Nothing is wrong with that. But in the midst of everything, just remember that your license, remember that your license is your everything, your future, your livelihood. So treat it accordingly. All right. Don't let it be a case where, you're being rushed into doing some things and then you're making mistakes and mess up your license. Because once your license, is taken away, suspended, it's going to be, difficult for you going forward. Yeah. So what year is she in? Where were you? Mrs. Queen, what year in nursing is she at? Thank you, Carl, for the follow. Okay. All right. And as I say, thank you so much, guys, for, taking the time out. Today is my, what you call it now? Trying to look good. Oh, she's a third year? Okay, nice. So she's almost done. Yeah. Just tell her to make sure she's working on time management. I think, the one of the best thing about my nursing journey is the fact that I was trained in Jamaica. So that helps me so much in terms of when it comes on to time management, critical thinking. So I'm not thinking she's going to have that much of a problem with that. So definitely just work on the other aspect, and getting the skills done. And make sure she's bold. Yeah, man. Tell her to work on that part. Because when she come up here, nursing is a very toxic, profession. And depending, you don't want to come up here and you have a little soft voice. And then people take you turning you around in circles like that. No. You want to stand your ground when you say certain things. This is what you want. This is what, you represent. Speaking up. And so when you talk to doctors and you say, hey, this is what, I had said. Nobody can say that. Oh, no. You never said it, and you document and all of those things. But what I'm trying to say is just make sure she is, just tell her to work on her confidence and advocating for patients, things like that, because you'll realize that everybody would want to sue you. You understand? Sue you for every single thing. So just make sure she's working on that and asking questions, because when you get up here to the States, everybody ask a lot of questions, which is good. You understand? So not because the doctor orders it, it doesn't mean that it must be done, things like that. Yeah, so work on critical thinking skills and communication, because that's going to be another challenge that she might have. Communication, because even though it's the same English language, you see this thing called accent. Yeah, man, it will throw you off completely. So just like how Dr. Umar would say gal, and me take it the wrong way. I said, no, sir, can't me talk to good Jamaican girl here come calling gal. She might hear the word gal and something else, some other things that people will just be saying, and she might just take it the wrong way, or, different slangs that people use. So she's just gonna have to learn to understand that, there are so different states communicate differently. And she just have to understand it. Someday she's gonna have to be very quiet because she don't know what them talking about, And then as you go along, you will learn and you understand when them say gal, it's nothing personal, Unless they come to Jamaica and probably say gal. But here in the States, it's not gonna be anything personal. It's just how they refer to, their female patients or female in general. So yeah. All right, but yeah, Mammy Myers, welcome. Kemoy, welcome. But yeah, it's an opportunity, you know. If she gets it, when she gets it, take it. But just put plans in place to make sure your license is safe. All right, I see 93 persons here on the live. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, if you don't mind, can you just go ahead and tap up the live, please? As I say, I'm not a needy person, so I just need 93, you know, taps, one from each person. All right, that's all. All right, Cassandra, Didi Good, thank you so much for tuning in. Kemoy. Okay. Yeah. So that's just it. So it's 1:16 now. It's dinner time. It's dinner time. Nurse Mo 2025. Welcome. Thank you for the like. Honeycomb. Hi, Blessed Claire. Welcome. How are you doing? And where are you joining in from? Thank you for the follow as well. It's like I cut my hair. So this is what happens sometimes, like when I'm pulling down the braids, I tend to cut my hair sometimes. As long as I don't cut the side ones, then that's good. Scrub Life 2003, thank you for joining. Yeah, so I'm hoping to pull down this. You're in St. Anne. My sister is in St. Anne. In you know, after you come through Fern Gully, there's a community down that side. That's where she is at. Okay. Yeah. The other day I drove through Fern Gully and that was beautiful. It was beautiful. I was driving down and I was just thinking, you know, even though I try to be optimistic all the time, but you know, because I'm see a riverbed. I was driving down and because of the road, how the road is like set up, I was like, oh my word, what if I see some water coming down now? What am I going to be doing? I'm like, no, but it was like so beautiful. It was very cool. I wanted to stop and take some pictures, but yeah, it was about to rain and I was like, nah, I'm just going to continue driving. But it was nice. It was really nice. The only thing I needed was a faster car, you know, to do what do you call it? Drift? Yeah, I love to drive fast. I drive safe though, but I like fast driving. I thought at one point I wanted to do, you know, a little bit of a F-150 kind of vibes, you know, like them stuff there. A F-150, F1 driver, yeah. Yeah, I like the drift, yeah. Like when the car like go on the side, like, and then, you know, stuff like this, yeah. So I was driving through and was like, oh my word, I was just having the time of my life driving through Fern Gully. But yeah. Candy Cane, welcome. Mooney Blacks, welcome for joining in as well. Yeah, but I want to go back to Jamaica. I was there in February. Yeah, in February, and I went to St. Thomas. Went to St. Thomas and was walking. I went to the beach. Never go in the water though. Never go in the water. And I was having star fruit. That was the first time I was having star fruit. And I never know that star fruit did taste that bad. It's sour. Never tastes good at all. And then, what you're laughing about, Sunshine Laser? Yeah, I never know that star fruit was that, you know, it never tastes good at all. And then the fruits, I had apple. The apple was good. Even though it seemed like, I think bird did bite up a few of them. So, you know, just kind of cut out the bird section there, so, and wash down the fruits and just peel it off and just eat it. Because I tell this, I want the apple. I wanted the apple. And they climbed the tree, and the biggest apple on the tree, bird eat it. So I just cut the apple and, you know, wash, and not all of them sour. Yeah, I just go ahead and cut the apple and just eat the remainder of the apple. Yeah, it was tasty though. It was really tasty. I wanted to go down for mango season, but yeah, too much going on. Couldn't do mango season at that time because I'd quit my jobs and you know, all of them stuff there going on. So But definitely when I went down, it was nice. I went to the beach. As I said, I never go in the water, and it was, the waves coming in was just like so nice. I felt like, you know, God, I want to be home. I just want to be home. And that's why I want to do full-time content creation, because I want to explore a little bit more. I want to explore Jamaica some more, you know, and still have the flexibility with work. St. Thomas is still the only parish I haven't been to yet. You need to go down there. You need to go on the highway down that side. Yeah, man, the road to St. Thomas is good. It is good, and the view is so good. So I'm going to be getting a drone, and I'm going to get aerial footages, and I'm excited about that. I'll showcase it on my platform. But definitely I will be getting a drone to do some more footages of Jamaica. But yeah, St. Thomas is really nice. I did went and look. Well, I was trying to get some pumpkin them the green though. Pumpkins weren't ready. And what else? Yeah, it was a little vibe, because it reminded me so much of country life back then, you know, back in where I was, where I grew up. Because I went and saw, well, I never really, it's not like I'm scared or frightened. It's not like I'm frightened for say come and fold. But, you know, it's been a while since I haven't seen, like, you know, like the birds and get so close to some, you know, chicken and all. So it was really nice. They had rabbits, and yeah, man, I did enjoy that little trip. I never wanted to come back. I don't know how many persons, like, whenever you go back to your home country and you're supposed to be leaving, you start bawl, you start cry. Yeah, man. The tears never come down fully, but it was heading there. But I did enjoy my little time there, and I can't wait to go back. Where are you? I'm originally from Manchester, the country part of Manchester. I'm at the uptown section. Country. You do it too, Claire? Yeah, man. I do cut off, as long as it's not rat bite. You know, the ones that the rat bite, like pear and all those things. No, we're not going to do that one, because, you know, they say the rat pee on the part that them don't bite. You understand? But if it's the apple and it's birds I know that are in the tree, definitely I'm going to peel off the apple skin, and I am going to sit down and eat the remainder of the apple. And you can know the ones that are, you know, like they're bit by the rats, and the ones that are bit by the birds, because the birds kind of have, like, you know, a sticking kind of thing in the, like a puncture. Oh, Vanessa, a puncture mark. Yeah. So I definitely will sit down and wash the fruit, and especially if it's the last of the season. Like, come on. No, sir. I never died when I was growing up from anything like that, eating fruits that were, you know, like eaten by, I mean, we're not talking like the entire fruit eaten by the bird. No, you know, we're not talking about that. But sometimes the birds, them just purposeful and just go and eat the best fruit on the tree. Them go and see the biggest apple, and them just go ahead and puncture it with them teeth or them beak. You understand? We're not talking about the ones that them do everything with. We're talking about the ones that have one or two little marks. Definitely. It's like going to waste. And especially if you're standing down and you're looking up underneath the tree, and when you look, you see a big bunch of apple, and when you go up there, every single one of them bite up. Like, no, it's like a total waste. I went to school in Mandeville. Okay, which school you went to? I went to Manchester High. Jackson. Yeah, I went to Manchester High, Jackson. Yeah, so, you know, but I wanted to go down for the fruit season and for mango season, but that never really happened. But yeah, definitely that little trip was really, really good, and I'm looking forward to probably next year. Probably go down December. But you know, no fruit's not gonna be there. But I'm gonna go down December. And Candy Cane says my brother also went to Manchester High. Okay, what year? I don't know the last name. I don't remember anybody in my batch with the last name Kane. Grand rising to the beautiful queen. Hi Adrian, welcome. Yeah, but that's just it. But I miss home, and yeah, I try to make sure, you know, I go down there that regular. try to go down as regular as possible. To stay with my culture a little bit more and get more food and, you know, the vibes of the people. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm gonna go down probably December or probably early January. That time. Boarding school. Boarding school called West Indies College High. I know West Indies College, so you're young then. You're probably I know West Indies College High. Yeah, I know West Indies College High. I went to Northern Caribbean University. That's your sister school. Which state? I'm in Texas right now. Originally from Jamaica though. Candy says that's like 30 years ago, and yeah, I didn't stay long ago. There I would migrate. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. So you went to West Indies College High. Yeah, man. So you were wearing the black. Is it black and white they wear? I don't know if they're still wearing black and white. Alright. But it was good. So you're Adventist, are you Seventh-day Adventist, Jackson? Yeah? So which Adventist church you go now? You go NCU or which Adventist church you go? Oh, Sunshine Red Laser, you are? Okay. I am as well. I am. Jolene Inspires, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Marsha. See you passing through. Oh, you're in Florida now? Okay. Oh, Jolene, you're an Adventist as well? Okay. So we have a few Adventists over this side. Okay. Yeah. Do you love Texas? I visit there, don't like there. Honeycomb is saying, if I like Texas. Yes, I do like Texas. I like the fact that it's very cultured here. But the people them up here can't really drive. Like, you know, they don't really know if you drive that well. You have some culture up here, though. I don't know what is happening on the road, but the people live. It's like them just drive crazy. But I actually love it here. It's quiet. I'm not the party goer, so this is perfect for me. They have nightlife here in the section that I live. You know, they have a nightlife, a lot of shopping and all of those things. So definitely, it's good. Yeah, can't complain. We drank the Kool-Aid. Kind of Kool-Aid. I know Kool-Aid. I used to drink Kool-Aid when I was younger. Yeah, they have this one called Shackleberry Fin or something like that. Yes, Candy. Yes, Candy. And I tell you, I don't know what happened, but you know, there's so many over this side. There's a lot over this side, and a lot of things happen on the road. Over this side. I don't know what happened with them and the books, you know, the road code, and yeah, it's just crazy. Adventism. Okay. Oh, so you don't drink. Jackson. Was the other day I was telling somebody that I don't do caffeine, you know. I don't do caffeine. And I was telling them I don't do shrimp, I don't do lobster, I don't do bacon. And they were like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I don't do anything like that. So I'm very simple. Simple. You know, I don't do alcohol, apart from the little that you get in the, you know, in the, what do you call it? No, the Roman raisin and your Christmas cake. Yeah. And every now and again, I probably have a little bottle of Smirnoff that I can't finish. And probably try drinking a little bit. Can't finish it because I don't like the taste of it. Things like that. And they were like just laughing. Same thing over here. They buy their license. I think so. I think so, because they do a lot of crazy things over here. Like, seriously, they do so much crazy things on the road. It's not even funny any at all. And then the funny thing about it is that when they're driving and they do something, I don't know if they just don't care, but the people them just continue driving. They could run off about 10 vehicles off of the road. Is that them just hold them head straight like they're in the right. You understand? So I don't know, but it's crazy. It is crazy. So anytime you see a Tesla, you just know to stay back. Just stay back. You understand? Just stay back, because it's always going to be a problem. And no disrespect or anything. I'm just talking about my experience down here in Texas. Like, anytime you see any of those vehicles, it's always one set of people, and it's a problem vehicle. Because before you know it, they're just going to break up. They're not going to use any indicator. They're just going to go straight to the through the light, you know, or they're in the middle lane and they want to go all the way over to Timbuktu. They're just going to go right over there. They don't care about who is coming down or anything. They're just driving. Yeah. Kenisha is saying you are in Texas. You definitely seem to know what I'm talking about. Yeah, these people don't care. They don't care any at all. They are just driving. They just know that they're on the road, and it seems as though they are the ones that are in the right, and they don't care about anybody else. Yeah. Definitely. That's just it. That's just it. And as I say, you will always see like the most expensive vehicle, and you're like, okay, then what is going on? And then before you know it, it's something stupid going on the road from that vehicle. It's just weird. It's just weird. How can we call ourselves Adventists and do all that? That's why I say that we drink Kool-Aid. Yeah, man. Kool-Aid and water. Is your hair hard to lose out? It's a little bit of a challenge because of how I did it. So I have the loose hair that I wrap around the 3-strand. I don't know if you're able to see it here. So I have the regular 3-strand that I braid all the way down, probably like what, 16-inch, probably something like that. And then I go ahead and wrap that 16-inch with the loose hair. So it takes a bit of a time. It's not the way that a lot of persons would normally go ahead and do their faux locks, but this is just my way of doing it. So it takes a little time, but apart from that, if I had my own, like, you know, when I twist out my hair, it's not that hard to deal with. So yeah, but it's tough though, you know. I mean, I have like the quality, like, you know, some of us, yeah, mine is very coarse. 4C. I've seen a lot of persons say they have 4C here. I don't know if mine is really 4C or probably 4Z. I don't know. Because it's hard. Yeah. But I like it. Yeah. I like it. Salam. I actually like it. And then the problem is, you see, because I'm on the fingernail, it feels as though I can't really get a good grip to pull the braids. That's the only challenge here. If it was a little bit shorter, then it would have been a better for me, but no. So that's just it. But I'm gonna actually just pull it down, wash it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do all of it today though, because it's 1:30. It's 1:30 now, so by 6 o'clock, if I wash it, and I don't want to put any blow dry in my hair, because that's how I started with this. I'm trying to go virgin with my hair. So yeah, so it might take a few hours to dry, but if I do finish it, I'm gonna just wash it, put a few stay blessed and happy Sabbath. I gotta go. Okay, no problem. Enjoy your day now. Today's not Sabbath. Today's Sunday. Yesterday was Sabbath. But anyways, thank you for that. Jackson. All right. Yeah. But yeah, I'll probably wash it. I'm gonna pull it down and then wash it. Probably put it in 4 plaits. Yeah. As I say, I'm very simple. So I'll probably just put one little plait down and then I plait one over here, do something like that. And then I have 2 big little things here. And then I just put on some makeup, fix on my eyebrow, put on some lip gloss. I look like $1 million girl with my granny hairstyle. And that would be it for a few days. And then I take my little time and start, you know, getting it together for my hair to be like this. But yeah, it's not gonna be anything big. Just put 4 plaits in it and that's it. Just 4 and I will be good. You know those styles when you're growing up, for persons who have their hair looking like, you know, natural hair. You're growing up and your grandma or your mom used to put like 4 plaits, 1 in the middle, and then just put it in a cross, and then they'll put, yeah, that's what I'll do. And then, as I say, once you put on a little thing and you fix up your eyebrow, yeah, then you will have a nice little look with it. So that's usually my go-to look until I'm ready to do it. But sometimes I'm not really in a rush to do it because I like to feel the hair itself. Yeah, I'm trying to find a thing so I can show you what I probably do with it. But I actually love my natural hair. But the only problem is that it's just a challenge. It's always challenging to fix. And that's just it. But it's a lot. It's a lot. I think I posted it on my thing there. On my TikTok. You'll see. If you go, you'll see the video. And I actually pull it down. And that's my favorite time, you know, with that's one of the best time with my hair down like that. But yeah. That's it. It's a lot. At one point I put color, you know, I colored the end of it. But then after a while it just starts feeling like it's just drying out because I had bleached it. And then I just cut it off. Cut it off and just leave it as is. Yeah. Hi, Saunderson. Welcome. Tayam, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Thought I was gonna find one, but I don't know where it's at. Oh yeah. All right. Can't find one. So anyways, yeah. Babyface Hales, welcome. Howard, welcome. All right. So what I'm gonna do is make sure I leave the front ones, so that way tomorrow when I leave, if I don't finish it today, then I can easily just still pull the hair over and just catch it up, and then it still looks like everything is intact. All right, so that's why I'm not pulling from the front, because I don't want it to be a case where if I do feel like, you know, I'm not getting anywhere with my braids, like pulling it down, I don't have a hairstyle tomorrow. And I don't want it to be a case where I pull from the front and then it not look good, and then uno start laugh. Yeah. All right. And feel free to go ahead and ask any question. All right, I am here. I will answer them. All right. All right, so sorry about that. So what you guys have planned for your day today? Let's see something here. Amit, hi, welcome. Margie, Robin, Dylan, Karen, White. How are you guys doing? And where you guys joining in from? And if you're interested in the full live, I will definitely be posting it over to YT along with all the other live that I did. There was one that was really interesting. It's about nursing transitioning. There were a few persons on the live who were asking a lot of questions regarding like vehicle, you know, credit cards, housing, childcare, community. So I did spend about 3 hours or so who were having that discussion. So that one is like loaded with a lot of information regarding nursing transitioning. So I would encourage you to watch that one if you are wanting information. All right, so I will definitely post it on my YT page, and you'll still see the videos here that I did post regarding like little tips regarding transitioning as a nurse or moving to the state as a nurse. So, and just feel free to go ahead and you can inbox me, because you know sometimes we don't really want everybody to know that we are planning on moving to the States. So you can inbox me and I'll answer discreetly. All right. Your concerns or your questions. All right. Yeah. Call to Hearts, how are you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Barbie, welcome. Preacher Man, welcome. Yeah, so that's just it. Lance Anthony, welcome. I'm trying to do this part. Probably seem like I'm not going anywhere with pulling down this braid. Yes, because I'm talking. But yeah, I'm getting somewhere, because once the back part is down, then it's gonna be okay. I just want to finish before 6 o'clock. Before 6 o'clock. So it is, let's say it's 2 o'clock now. It's 1:44. So if I'm done by that time, then I can easily just go ahead and wash it and try to get it dry before. It's not gonna dry completely by tomorrow, but it will be a little bit dry for work tomorrow. Lance Anthony James. Okay. Hi, Lance. How are you doing? Alright, where are you joining in from? Melbourne, welcome. TT Sunshine, welcome. As I said, I don't have a topic planned for today. I usually just go with the flow. You ask questions, I answer. And, you know, that's just it. I'm going to try to see if I can schedule days where, especially for the nurses, if you have, like I'll do specific live on a specific day for, you know, different things related to nursing, whether or not it is documentation, health assessment, things like that. Probably just do a little series on that for you, tips and tricks, a little information regarding NCLEX, or we just have a sit down and chat. All right, so yeah, thank you for the follow, Lance. Yeah. I don't know. I got this earpiece the other day, and sometimes it just feels uncomfortable. I don't know why, but yeah. Miss Change Royal Queen, thank you for the follow. All right, thank you for following. Candy, Candy's here. Yeah, so that's just it. No problem. Where are you from, Miss Change Royal Queen? Where are you joining in from? All right, let me see if Tanisha wants to come on here. Tanisha is my cousin. And, oh, you're originally from Jamaica, but you're in Florida. Let me invite her and see if she wants to talk. So when I was much younger, we never have a cell phone. So Tanisha and her other cousin, we used to climb tree together to get cell phone coverage. And Tanisha used to do my hair with her sister when I was much younger. Back in country. Yeah. Okay. Are you a nurse, Miss Change Royal, or what area are you in? Zarian. I'm in Texas. I'm originally from Jamaica, Manchester. Yeah. No, not a nurse. Okay, okay. So, do we have any nurse? Okay. What are you interested in? Or you were just saying interesting, like interesting. Nursing. Okay. Yeah, it's a great profession. As long as you're not in it for, it's not all about the money, then you should be good. You understand? Because yes, money is a part of it, but if that's your main purpose, or if that's a person's main purpose for coming in, then yeah, just make sure you're gonna be loving what you're doing. First time here. I'm from Manchester also. Okay, TT. Are you currently in Manchester? I'm from South Manchester, Asia. I don't know if you know Asia. That's where I'm from. Not a problem. First time. We're in Manchester. Oh, I'm from Asia, so South Manchester. So I don't know if you know North Patrick, that side going down. Yeah, that's the section I'm from. Where are you from, Candy? Or we're from? Okay. But where are you originally from, TT? In Manchester. And do you have any plans to go back to Jamaica, TT? Eventually, I want to go back there. See, I wanted to only spend 10 years in America and then go back and contribute to my country. Yeah. Oh, okay, Albion. Okay. I used to live in Albion when I was going to NCU. I know a few persons down that side. TT Sunshine. My dad is from Newport. My mom is from Kingston. Okay. I always go every month. Oh my word. Okay, I wish I could go down that often. Yeah, when we get rich like you, we switch and go down let me follow you. I go down and, every month. Okay. Okay. Yeah. But I wish I could go down. Not necessarily every month, but probably every 3 months I would love to go down. And probably spend 2 weeks. Yeah, probably spend 2 weeks every 2 months. Yeah. Or if I was able to work, work in the US or work remotely and be making US dollar. I'm working on that. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Then that would be nice. That would be nice. Because I really miss home. Really miss home. Still try to just, make here home. The vibe and everything that comes with being home is just totally different. Yeah. Miss my people, miss the food. Yeah. Miss seeing my neighbor. You can go out there and say, hey, wagwan. Those kind of things I do miss. Rolanda, Brooklyn, welcome. Yeah. O'Neill Campbell, welcome. Yeah. And thank you for liking the live, Candy, and all the others. Really appreciate that. All right. So I have work tomorrow. And not really looking forward to it. So I'm going to go to the gym in the morning. I started this boot camp. And because I'm trying to I want to drop 20 pounds or 30 pounds. And I said I was going to do like a watermelon diet. It's going to do like a watermelon diet and then transition into a little bit of a starvation for a few days. But I don't know if anybody can deal with it. You understand? I was watching this documentary on YT where they were talking about the benefits of fasting. And, it's very good. But I wanted to do the 7. I think the guys did like 21 days worth of fasting. They lost so much weight. They never look good after though, but eventually when they start putting on back those little weight, you kind of look good. But the guys, them look so thin. Can see it in their face, their eyes, and then them chests and everything. I don't want to go all that, all that far, but just want to lose enough so I can get back my body that I had when I was in college. Not too maga though, but just want to drop a little bit just for health reasons. Let's just say I want to stay healthy. So my BMI is saying that I'm overweight. You ever hear anything like that yet? Tayana says something about Prattville. Okay, it's from Prattville. Yes, I used to go to Prattville, Tayam. I don't know your name. Well, yeah. I'll come and look at your page shortly. Yeah, I'll look at your page. But as soon as I say Prattville, yeah, I used to go to Prattville Primary. Yeah. So I want to drop a little pounds. All right, and get slim like all the others out there. And then from there, try to just maintain it. So yeah. So I'm trying to I'm gonna do that, but in the meantime, I'm gonna go to gym in the morning. I'm trying to do early morning classes because in the evening sometimes it's sun hot, and then me come home from work and hungry, and then go eat, and then you can't go to gym and work out because the belly too full. I'm too full because when I come home and I see dumpling, if I come home and see boiled dumpling and chicken, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat it. You understand? And then to go to class at 6 o'clock, I'm still feeling full and just yawning because I want to sleep, and the belly just too full. So I'm gonna try to get up in the morning and go to the gym for 5:30, and then from there, you know, I usually do in the morning and in the evenings, especially when I was in Jamaica, because the weather was just perfect. You understand? The weather was just perfect. Here, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm still yawning, and outside just dark. And then in the evening, the sun too hot. And then because I'm doing so much driving, I tend to feel tired and just not in the vibe anymore. So, you know, that's just it. The first morning when I was on your live stream, you was walking and then you go by the park. Oh, okay. Yeah, I went to the park this morning. I tried to do that on Sundays. I didn't do any jump rope. Because after vacation, when I came back from vacation the other day, I don't know, the body just lazy. So it's like I'm starting over. I'm starting from scratch. So I went to gym and the people them beat me bad. Yeah, man. They had me jumping on some boxes and all them stuff there. It was good though. I did enjoy it. I actually like those kind of exercise. So, but after, I couldn't walk. You understand? So I said, all right, you know what? Let me just kind of start back up. And then this week I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go to classes in the morning and try to run down the guys that are there, because those guys are so fit. I mean, it's some competition, because in the evening class, everybody is like me. Them seem like they're not no motivation. I mean, can't deal with it. Cannot deal with it. I need some motivation. So when I go in the mornings, those guys are so fit. They have a burst of energy, which I don't know where they get that energy 5:30 in the morning. So when I go, I see them and they're jumping. Me, I jump too. You understand? If they do 10, at least I can try to do 5. But when I go to evening class, some of the evening classes, the people them don't want to jump. Them don't want to do anything. You understand? Them just tired like myself and they're not motivating me. So definitely. You said you was from Fratville. There was something keeping, I think was the 4th of July. I don't know what was keeping on the 4th of July. 4th of July this year, I was with some friends. Yeah. I was with some friends, you know, trying to get charcoal going for the jerk. I never have any, they call it, not kerosene, but whatever they use up here to catch the fire. Never have any. So I had to be using styrofoam. I'm gonna post it on my YT page as well, because that was fun. Then I was playing some badminton. I did beat the guy that I was playing with, or the gentleman I was playing with. Yeah, man. I'm gonna be posting that on my page. But the jerk chicken, it come out good, and yeah, I did enjoy it. Yeah, remember I told you I was from Spalding and now in Orlando a few weeks now. I remember the conversation about Spaldings, you know. Honestly, sorry. Okay, I hope you're enjoying Orlando though. Hope you're enjoying Orlando. Actually like Orlando. Yeah. That's where I spend my trip at in Kissimmee. I actually like Orlando. Okay. Yeah. But it was good. It was good. Because then after, and I remember that they were having July 4th celebration with the lights. And so I went and do some, you know, just go and do some watching for the July 4th celebration. And like most me couldn't reach home because traffic was too much. It was too much. There were so many persons who came out for that celebration. So it was so hard to get back home after, because there was so much traffic and it seemed like the traffic wasn't going anywhere for that little celebration. And it wasn't even like I spent the entire time there, because I found out that I realized that, you know, they were having the fireworks, and so I decided to just start driving down, and that's when I realized that it was almost the end of it. I probably only get 20 minutes of it, and then stuck in traffic for probably like another hour or two to head back home. So yeah. Fabian Barton, welcome. Opal Edwards, Insight Maven, welcome. Blossom Brown. Clearing down on the border. Okay, okay. I think that sounds better. I remember we're having a conversation. Okay, okay, yeah. The border of that. Bobby Perry, welcome. So how is Orlando treating you? You liking it over there? Are you working or are you living there? Because Orlando expensive, you know, or Florida expensive, I guess. Yeah. But I actually like the weather there. But I can't deal with the whole rainfall though. Like the entire time I was there, it was raining in the evenings. It's not like Texas where the rain come down. The weatherman said it's going to rain from 10 o'clock until 10:15 and then the rest of the day going to be dry. No, it's not like that. At least where I'm from, where I'm living. If they say it's going to rain now, it's going to rain and then it's going to last for 15 minutes. I can know that the sun is going to come out in the next whatever time and that's it. And the water run off of the road real fast, which is good. So I actually like it down here.
Is it going to rain right here?
No, it's not.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's just it.
And my power off. 3 dimensions.
Got it, Gordon. Welcome. The morning after you leave the sea, you walk to a park where they are setting up for a function. That's the day when I went to the jump rope. Was that the one you're talking about? I'm trying to remember. I remember there was they were setting up for, they were gonna be having like I think it was a football. Yeah, they were having football over by the park. So there were different states that were here for that game. I think it was probably college football they were playing. So they were setting up the day. Angel reacting. Thank you so much for tuning in. Kimor, welcome. Zorian. Yeah. So yeah, my fingernails are giving me problem. So I don't really understand how some persons have some long fingernails, you know. Because these are not that long. I may tell you, it give me problems right about now. To do this. Usually they're not this long. So I will have a better grip with pulling these, but just feels like they're giving me a warm time now. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. All right. Thanks for the like, Candy. And guys, go ahead and just tap up the like for me, please, if you don't mind. And remember, you can go ahead and ask any question and I'll try to answer it as best as possible. All right. Robert Loveless, thank you so much. Bobby. There's a purse. There's this gentleman down from where I am in country. His name is Mr. Bobby. He's burying today. Today is Mr. Bobby's funeral. Yeah. That's.
Yes. Yes, Korea.
Yeah. Trying to pull these out. I can't wait to do over about my hair. Like, yeah. I'm looking forward to when I do it back over. Because like the first 3 days, I love it. I love it on the third day. Yeah. How long you went to Jamaica? Oh, I was last there in February. I was there in February of this year. Monique, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, I was there in February and it was good. It was good. I wish it was longer. I wish I could do a trip probably like every 3 months, probably for a month. Yeah. Just hang out down there and enjoy myself. Have no care in the world. You know, just be... I don't think I'll be doing anything on the beach. Because usually when I go down there, I'm not really doing anything fun. Like, you know, I just go down there and enjoy my community and stay with my family. Drive around, enjoy, you know, different places and eat food. So, yeah. Please press the red plus button. Which red plus button now? What red button are you talking about, Tayam? How the study going, Monique? Now you say we're gonna do that the other day. Thank you for the follow, T. Althea Powell. That sounds like somebody from one of my workplace in Jamaica. Yeah. Trying to see if I can pick up your face, Tayam. May not ring a bell. Kind of ring one little part of the bell, but me can't really see the, you know. Your last name is not Bailey. Yeah. I really know your tie. I'm sorry. No? Okay. Okay. But yeah. Okay, nice Monique. Nice Monique. Hope you're taking everything that you're supposed to be absorbing. For that exam. I don't know. I want to go back to school, but I don't really want to go back to school. No. Don't want to go back to school. Yeah, just too much. I guess if probably I'm sleeping and then I put my head on the pillow, not the pillow, on the book, and everything is just like absorbed in. If that was one way for me to get information, then probably I'll choose that lazy route out right about now. But I don't think I am ready, or I'm in the frame of mind to go back to school. To go back to school and do any more studies right about now. Brain too lazy, let's just see. Yeah. I guess probably because I never really get any break when I was doing my master's, or since I moved here to the States in 2016, I've been like, you know, working, doing contracts, studying. So I just feel like it's my time now. Yeah. If you don't know me, I'm from your life. Okay, cool. And that's just it. But I hope you do well on your exam though, Monique. Craig Lee. Hi, Craig. How are you? Nurse Pipelines, welcome. No, Samin. I know me have that conversation there with Ty. I'm sorry. I know me and you did have that conversation about rapid response unit at Prattville. I don't even know that they have a rapid response unit at Prattville. Monique, you know about any rapid response down at Prattville there? Girl, want to go further, but the old brain is giving me a fight. I know. Nurse, like honestly, Tayam, you're saying some things and I'm not so sure what we're talking about. Honestly, I'm sorry. Probably we're talking and there were certain things that were ringing a bell, but I don't know about a rapid response for down that side. Sorry. So I don't know if you were probably talking with somebody else. Yeah, Monique says she don't know about it either. No, I wasn't in Prattville. Oh, okay. Oh, it wasn't in Prattville. Okay. Yeah. But definitely the brain after a while, I don't know what happened. The brain just get foggy. the brain get. Thank you, Zarian, for those. My brain just get foggy. I guess if I really need to, if I have to go back, then definitely I will have to be studying. But may I tell you, when I was doing my program, I guess because I was, trying to juggle finishing my contract and then being pregnant at the time and then trying to do, this schoolwork and not wanting to miss any day because I don't want to have any schoolwork piling upon me, then, it was just feeling overwhelming and I was just feeling exhausted. So I kind of feel as though I don't want to go back to school again. But sometimes I say I would go back and do, I don't know, emergency room nursing or psych or something. Even though psych is not my favorite, I would be probably just doing it for, the fact that I can do televisits. But I know I wouldn't like it, so I'm not going to do something that I'm not going to love. That's just going to be a waste of money. Yeah. Child, this is more than fog. Oh, Lord. Nurse Yems, welcome. I hope you had a wonderful night. So it's what time now? It's 2 o'clock for me, and it's probably about 6 o'clock. That's all 6 hours ahead. So it's probably around after 8. So probably you just went on shift, Nurse Yems. So me know your timetable now, or your schedule, something like that. Because last night when it was around 11 o'clock, it was 5 for you. So yeah. So you're probably just going on shift if you're working. It was based in Mandeville. We distributed water all over the ministry. Okay, nice. Yeah. So that was just it. Oh Lord, I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this today. You're home tonight? Okay, well, we all need the rest. I'm happy you are. We all need the rest. We all need the rest. Oh no, I see you here. Let me put you on just in case you want to chat. Do you know the halls from I think I have an idea. Probably Monique will know the halls from Prattville. I don't know. If you don't have to come on if you don't want to. Oh.
Mommy,
Yeah.
I think I have enough food.
Okay. How are you doing, Nurse Yams?
Hello, I'm good.
Okay. I wasn't so sure if you were gonna come on because I keep on seeing like the invites, but I don't know if persons want to come on. But feel free. Okay. Dear mom was. I remember something like that. Tayam. Are you related to those folks? Mm-hmm. Oh, Monique know them. Okay. Yeah. So what are you up to today, Nurse Yams?
We just went for a dinner, came back, slept a little bit, and just at home now.
Okay. What time is it? Is it like after 7, 8 o'clock now?
It's 8:15, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That was kind of correct. And Nurse Yems is a nurse in the UK.
Yes.
All right. She works in psych. So we were chit-chatting last night regarding, how it is working as a nurse, a psych nurse in the UK. So I learned a lot of information regarding their system. But she's transitioning to the States here. So, yeah. So you can also follow her because she will be having more information being posted
Yes, soon,
to
soon.
her page. So give her the support. All right. Give her the support as she starts, getting her channel back up and running. Ian, Austin, welcome, welcome, welcome. What's the temperature over there like now, Nurse Yems?
Today was actually well, we use Celsius, so today was 26 degrees, which is quite good.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much 26 degrees would that be now, dear Father? Let me see what it is like.
Yeah.
26 degrees. 26. This is what technology does. So it is 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, that's not bad. That's cool. Yeah.
It's a nice day, so we had to
Yeah.
go for a walk and get some dinner.
Okay. Yeah, this is not bad. This is not bad. I could live with this kind of temperature.
But it's very intermittent. Tomorrow could be much less.
Oh, it says bipolar.
Yes.
I think that was the weather here when I just started, but then after a while I kind of get used to it. This minute it's like super hot, and then it gets cool, and yeah. Taiwan, one of the hall Andrew was my coworker, Ministry of Water, and I was in rapid unit. Okay. Are you want to come on the live, Taiwan? I guess. This is person sending me. Let me hear what Taiwan is saying. Yeah, I've work tomorrow morning. Don't know. I think I'll check the charts to see what patients I have. But I know I have 6 charts that I need to complete. I said I was going to complete them today, but didn't get a chance to because I started pulling down my braids.
Hi, what's up?
Hi,
you
how are
doing?
you doing?
I'm good.
I see you trying to drag my memory down, down the lane there.
No, from that
Please.
morning, the first morning on your live, I was texting on the live. When you say, I told you I'm from Clarendon on the border of Manchester, and you said you was from Manchester. So you're originally from Prattville, but you leave and go Kingston. I was saying to you that I know Prattville, I used to bring water around that side.
Okay. But see, one of my classmates here from primary school is saying that Andrew is my nephew's dad.
Really?
Yes. You see how mix up. You would know them, Stacey, but your dad would. Okay.
Yeah, he live in the States now,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it took up all his kids.
Oh, okay. Monique is saying that my dad would know them, but I wouldn't. You would know them. Okay. Probably I don't know them that much, but
Small world,
yeah, small world. Okay.
It does.
Okay. Hi, Angie. Thank you for tuning in the bug. Welcome.
I was saying to you to press by the red button, the red plus button, was to follow me back. But when I write it on the screen, TikTok, you won't see. TikTok always let it vanish. You're telling someone to follow you and write it on the screen.
Oh, I normally go back and follow back persons once they follow me.
Okay.
From my live. But if I randomly going through TikTok and see videos, then I will follow persons if I'm interested in the content. But for support of each other, if you follow me through my live, I will come back and follow back those persons. It's a win-win situation, TikTok it is. Yeah. Okay.
You can check out my profile as well.
Yeah, man.
My
I'll
page.
through it already.
Okay.
But I'll go through
I posted 2 videos yesterday. 2 last one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go through and look at the videos and then
How to prepare a certain type of dish. Something I invented, but it's very nice.
What kind of dish it is? So you're a chef?
And I got not really chef in the sense of cooking, not a restaurant chef or anything. Just cooking for myself or cooking for friends and all of that.
Okay, okay. That not sound bad. It's always nice for a man know if you cook.
Yeah, man, trust me when it come to that, man, I love it too.
Yeah, man. It's always nice. Okay. Yeah, man. Monica, no, Miss Hall. Tall Miss Hall.
Yeah, man, them tall. I want, yeah, them tall, very tall.
Yeah.
And Java brother used to be police as well. I don't know if him still at Jamaica or what.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. So you working in the States now?
No,
Okay. Okay. So what the dish was about now? What kind of dish was it?
saltfish, lentil, saltfish, turmeric stew.
Oh, so it sound like baked bean and saltfish kind of vibe.
No baked bean. You need to watch it. Trust me, you're
I know
gonna
you
love
say
it.
lentil, but I say after you don't cook it down, it look like baked bean in terms of the baked bean
No,
concept, baked bean and
that more look like, call it a curry goat, something like that.
okay, look
Very
at
nice
it.
to know. And trust me, you need to check it out.
Oh, you're vegetarian?
Kind of.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
really full around meat like that.
Okay.
One meat, and once in a while I eat like goat only. Mostly
Oh,
fish and stuff,
oh,
vegetable.
okay. That doesn't sound bad. I'll look at it and see. I might not cook
You
it,
can,
but I'll look at it and I'll share it because you have some vegetarians out there. So that's what I do. When I come on your page, I will find a few videos that promotes your channel, promotes you, your personality, what you do, and then the right person will come over to your page.
yeah, definitely.
So I repost, I share, I favorite, whatever the algorithm says. That's what I do. All right, so I'll do that with a few of your videos.
I went through your page the other day and I went through it again since I came on your live.
Yeah, man, go through it and share it up, share it up.
Like some videos and stuff.
Share it up, man.
If the one when you went into that room with that big fat man.
Oh, Lord. We don't use that word. We don't use that word because, we don't want it to be a case where, people take offense to it. We say morbidly obese over this side. All right?
Okay. Same difference.
That was just a different situation. That was just
Wow.
it's a
So you didn't
situation.
scared. You didn't scared. Didn't
I
you
was
scared?
scared. Not really. Not at the time. When I saw the pew pew, I just kind of started
Yeah.
to check for myself because it's not like all the time you see it when you go into the patient's home, you know. So
But when is when you said that you saw it in his hand, me I say,
yeah, when I
how
saw
did you
it in his
feel? How
hand,
you
I was
felt?
like,
How did you felt when you saw that?
I really feel no way. I don't remember. I don't think I did. We just say, I was just kind of wrapping up I was just kind of wrapping up the session. It was like, okay
Session, yeah.
then, because I saw it at the end. I just see it at the end, and that was it.
That crazy though. Very crazy.
But it's something that a lot of persons tend to, especially the ones that are morbidly obese and the elderly. A lot of times, sometimes I will go and see that they're holding on to their pew pew.
But that's not. I don't think that is safe.
None of it is
I don't
safe.
think
You
that is safe,
understand? Not only the pew pew, but a lot of what we're doing is not safe because you're, you are a young lady going in. The men, it can happen to the men as well, but for the females going in and as house call providers or nurses, home health aides going in, it's just not a safe job. You understand? It's not a safe job because you don't know who is out there. Yes, we can know that they might have a little mental illness, and that's
Well,
it.
that is a point. That is
But
dangerous
apart from
point.
that,
That is the dangerous point about it.
yeah, and that's it. We don't really, so it's not necessarily only about the pew pew because you have persons who definitely will just turn, you go there and you probably have the wrong skin color, them cuss you out, them start
Yeah,
throw things at
definitely.
you, and it's just you
That's why.
alone and God out there.
That's why I've said by just going and sight in his hand. Trust me.
if I had gone in and that was the first thing I had seen, I would have kind of just, exit from
Oh,
the door.
it's after a while you saw
But
it.
while I was there and talking with him, and then when it was time to do the blood pressure, I noticed that it was, right in his arm there.
Oh my God.
So I just
Oh.
kind of take for myself and say, that's the end of the evaluation. So, but I never want it to be a case where it's so obvious that, sometimes you look so shocked and then versus
Yeah.
start, doing
I got that.
things. No. So you have to be smart when you go out there as well. You might see something and you don't agree with it or you're not comfortable with it. You just have
Yeah,
to be
for hold your
smart to let
composure. Yeah,
people
just
know
hold your
that
composure, Just hold your
exactly,
composure.
and you just exit. So that was just
Yeah, definitely.
Nurse Yems. Nice to put a face to the name.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Oh, you're natural like me here, huh?
Yeah, I decided to put the camera on since I'm not in work.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's totally understandable. Yeah. So,
What are you doing
Ju-
with your hair?
huh?
What are you doing with your hair?
Oh, I'm pulling it down.
Oh,
Been in for a while, so I'm just pulling it down. So I say, let me just come and spend the day on live, answering questions and pulling down my braids at the same time.
I took out my cornrows this morning, so I'm my natural fro.
Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. You do the cornrows yourself?
No, I get them done. The last ones I had, my mother did them for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. My mom would probably do mine, but I don't think I'm gonna like it.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would like it. Julia Squan, welcome. Sonia Scott, Little Queen. So I see all of these live. So is the case where they're sending me an invite to come on?
Oh, well, probably they don't know you're on your live.
Okay.
People just send out, them don't know what you're doing at the time.
Okay. Because I'm still new to TikTok, so I'm still learning. So sometimes probably persons will send me something and I probably don't
Yeah,
just see it.
because they don't know if you're on a live or what. They just want to get you or your attention at theirs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm seeing like a ton of them, like an invite coming in for so many persons. I don't know. But yeah, so a lot of times, as I say, you go in and the situations are just scary.
Yeah, very much so.
Scary, but I don't feel it's not a safe job. It's not a safe job. So that's why a lot of times if I go and I'm not comfortable with something, I might just stay outside, talk with them. And then from there, I just let the office know that I ain't going back and just give them the reason why, because. But the thing about it is
Your
that people go
instinct, man,
ahead.
always never go beyond your instinct. Your instinct always lead you in the path, the
Exactly,
way path.
exactly. But the thing
I
is that,
proved that some years ago and I got robbed, and trust me, there were some signs before it reached to that point. And if I just followed from that, anytime you see me, you might see me somewhere, you just see me missing. Instinct say move. Don't go.
yeah.
Trust me.
But the thing about
It
it is
works.
that sometimes, like when you turn it down, like if I say this is a situation as a nurse practitioner going into these homes, what happens is that the patient is actually being given to another provider. They don't try to rectify the current situation, the
The
issue,
situation, yeah.
to make it safe for everybody else. So you find out that you might have 5, 6 different providers going there to try and see these patients that have, things that are considered to be risky for the providers. Yeah. So, but yeah, a lot of patients tend to have that.
But if one site has danger, it's for you to take away yourself. Some other people might site as danger so they can go.
Exactly.
No, you understand?
Yeah. So that's just it. And then sometimes like
Different people see different things in different ways. So
yeah, exactly.
that's the point.
Because I see, as I say, I put them on the chart. I put a notation on the chart just to make others be aware
Where?
of what is happening. And I also put it in my notes so that way they can be aware of what's happening. You understand? Because once I put my note in, nobody can edit it, but persons can actually edit the actual note that you put on the chart.
Yeah.
It's not something that you sign off on. So I'll just put that there so other persons can be aware of it. So if they're reading the chart, at least they'll see it. You know, that I had a concern for this, and the plan is to make sure that the home is safe for the providers. So things like that. I'll make mention of. But yeah, being a house call nurse practitioner, yeah, I don't think we get paid well enough for some of the risk or the dangers that we, we're exposed to on a daily basis. And it's just for each person. If you find yourself in situations where it's...
So you're back home now?
For me?
Yeah.
No, I'm still there, Texas. I'm still in Texas.
I remember this. You said on the last that time where you work, that's not where you live. You go home on the weekends or something like that. I don't mean if you're in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you were saying, where you work in the week, that's not where you live. That's not where your home is. Your dad home.
No, because most of my patients are probably like 1 hour, 15 minutes away from where I am.
Okay.
Because they have another nurse practitioner covering the patients here. And this company I started probably like a month ago. Because the other company that I was working with, I quit their job because they were just unethical. So
yeah, I saw the video.
I quit both of them because I'm not gonna get my license tied up in certain things. So yeah. And then I started this one. But most of the patients are, like 1 hour, 15 minutes, 20 minutes away from where I live.
Okay.
So sometimes I might have 1 or 2 that is close by, like a 15 minutes drive, 20 minutes drive. But for majority of them, they are a bit of a drive away from.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not bad because, as I said, the flexibility, I like it. I don't have a problem with driving. Just that sometimes, after a while, driving takes a lot out of you. Yeah. Testimonies, welcome. Trisha Williams, Ellen, Damien, Sonia Scott, Julius, Little Queen, Vicky Mendoza. Thank you for liking the live. Yeah. So what's your plan for the remainder of the evening, Nurse EMs?
Just relax, really, and do nothing.
Okay.
No plans.
Okay. Oh, you say you don't have kids, right?
No kids. Yes.
Oh, okay, not yet. Okay. Yeah. Vicky says I am new from your FYP. Thank you so much for tuning in, Vicky. Thank you so much. How do you know when you're from the FYP? How do you get that? I don't even know. But anyways, thank you for tuning in. Are you a nurse, Vicky? Mommy, welcome. Mr. B, welcome. Risen Rady sister. Yeah. I don't know how, when persons say they're from the FYP, I don't know where they go and find that. But yeah. So initially, I never had
For
any.
you page.
I don't have anything like, plan. Today is the university, my university back home. They're having graduation today, which is nice. I remember I graduated.
Which one? Which is that? Which one is that?
Northern Caribbean University.
Okay, NCU. Okay.
Yeah.
Them supposed to call an election today too as well. Them have a meeting this evening.
Who?
Jamaican election will be calling today.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. Yeah. I remember my graduation, it was on February 11th, 12th, and the 13th. Yeah, of August. Was good. I didn't have a graduation. How comes? I had an online graduation. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was COVID. Okay. You did your program in the UK from the
Yes,
UK?
yes, in the UK, in Scotland.
Okay. What were you doing before nursing?
Before nursing, I was working in sales.
Okay. How did you get into nursing? Was it something you wanted to do?
Yeah, something I always wanted to do. Just so I
Okay.
had the opportunity to do it in the UK.
Okay. Okay. So why psych? Why you decided to choose psych?
I've always wanted to do psych nursing. It's always been an interest of mine. I've looked after family members with similar problems. So I've had the experience, first-hand experience of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've always been interested in it, and yeah, here I am.
Okay, nice, nice, nice. I did like pediatrics at one point when I just started, but not to the point where I was gonna be like, stuck with pediatrics. But I did like pediatrics when I just started at one point.
I catch you folks later, okay?
All right, no problem. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. But apart from that, as I say, psych was never my thing. Psych
It
was
can be
just
very tough. Yes.
psych was never my thing.
Mm.
Yeah. Hi, Andre. Welcome, Cleo. Thank you so much for tuning in. Um, yeah. Oh, the music was from his live. Okay. Initially I said I was gonna talk about. Never really had anything planned for this live to talk about. If you don't mind, guys, you can go ahead and just double tap the live. And if you haven't shared us yet, all right, let me invite this one. Little Queen. Little Queen was on my live last night. Let me see if he'll answer or she will answer. Hello.
Hello,
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Where you from? Where you joining from? Thank you.
Yeah, I had to go sleep.
Eh?
I had to go sleep last night.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
Where you joining in from?
I'm from Georgia right now.
Okay.
I'm in Georgia.
Originally from Georgia?
No, I'm from Jamaica.
Okay. We're in Jamaica.
Clarendon, but I went
Clarinda.
to live in Montego Bay.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe. Okay. I come from Manchester. Manchester, that's home.
Oh, I'm close to. Well,
Huh?
Manchester and Clarendon is kind of border.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Manchester and Clarendon is kind of close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Marlene live.
hmm
Hi, Grace. Who is that? I don't know who is Marlene. Okay. So are you a nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. What area you
Yeah,
specialize in?
I'm med-surg right now, but as I told you last night, I wanted to do considering FMP
Mm-hmm.
about next year or so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah.
But for now, I'm just finishing my contract and all of that.
Oh, you were on one of those recruiting contract.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Was your experience okay?
Yeah, for the most part.
What company, if you don't mind?
Avant.
Okay.
Healthcare.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my company.
Oh, that's yours too? Okay.
Yeah. But I hear that they're
Okay.
giving out some big bonus.
Yeah, soon.
What? Yeah, I hear that they're giving out some big bonus, and I'm like, huh? Yeah.
But no, I think it's when you end your contract.
They give the bonus?
Yeah. Because they
Oh.
have this loyalty bank thing.
Uh-huh.
So when your contract, I think mine is 5,200 hours. So
Okay.
when you reach that, they'll give you a bonus, a
Oh,
payout. Uh,
okay.
How long is the Avant contract?
it has to do with hours. So mine was like 6,240 hours.
Okay.
So probably equates to 3 years or so. But if you do overtime, it cuts it down. So
Mm.
it's some your contract,
You're breaking up.
and some people like do the full three.
You're breaking up.
You hear me? You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was saying that some people finish their contract in 2.5 years.
Mommy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the live, Joshua. If they do
Overtime.
overtime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine I think was 49. Initially I thought it was six. I think I saw the paper. It was like 49.50. That was my contract hours. Mm-hmm. So I think
Right
the
now, so I would finish my contract.
we're in a Georgia. Hey, there we're signal no pick up.
I will have maybe I have to switch to the data.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
So
I'm
no.
outside right now.
Oh.
You hear me
You have some friends in
now?
a Georgia, you know. Where she come from again? I don't remember the place name. Yeah, we have some friends in Georgia. Which no, I'm not gonna ask you, but the hospital that one of them work at is I don't remember the name of the hospital. It's not there is one that I was gonna accept a job at. It was what's that name? That's a big system in Atlanta.
Oh, Emory. Is it Emory?
So Emory was one of them, but is like a level one trauma.
Mm. Not
There's
Piedmont.
another one.
Is it Piedmont?
Oh, so they work at Piedmont.
Oh.
That's where you
Yeah,
work?
Piedmont. Yeah, I work at Piedmont. But I was working at the Wellstar facility before.
Oh, Wellstar. Yeah.
Oh, Wellstar?
Yeah.
Wellstar is not that big, really.
No. I'm just saying. Well, it's a very common hospital down there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the one that I initially was gonna accept one at.
Oh,
That was in like 2018.
okay.
But I wanted to go Emory, but then like looking at the places to live, and Atlanta was just like it's
Yeah,
just
crazy.
busy. I'm like hell no, down.
Atlanta's that busy. Atlanta is crazy.
So I was like, no, yeah. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay then. Okay. So you like it down in Georgia?
Yeah, I like the weather. I
Mm-hmm.
don't like cold, so I don't like those places that snow a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Georgia got some snow last year, though.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, it was like 2 days. It was
Mm-hmm.
fine, but I don't like the prolonged
Yeah.
cold and snow. Nope. So if
Mm-mm.
Georgia is fine for me.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I told them I would come. I think it was Georgia, or I think Texas was one of them.
Okay.
I guess they sent me here.
Okay.
But I like it. It's fine.
Did you get your offer from Jamaica or you got it when you got here in the States?
From Jamaica.
Okay.
I get everything from Jamaica, yeah.
Jamaica.
With the hospital and everything.
Okay.
But the one that I was at first, I moved because I don't like the area. It's kind of lonely, and I don't know. I was
In
getting,
Georgia?
I was getting depressed. In Augusta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
Augusta
remember
is the
that place.
second largest city in
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta. Yeah, in
I was,
Georgia.
yeah, I was looking on that place as well.
Yeah, but I don't like there, so we moved to Covington.
So the company, so Avant was okay with you moving because of that reason?
Yeah,
Yeah, they might get
yeah,
soft now.
yeah. Well, actually, this is the second time because the first time I asked them, I changed my mind. The first time I asked them to move, I changed my mind and I was like, okay. And then this time I actually went through with it. So yeah, that was okay. I told them I'm moving for family reasons and all of that. I don't like it there. I'm getting depressed and all of that. And I was like,
Okay.
fine. But initially, they tried to find somewhere, and it's like 2 hours from where I wanted to live. And I told them no. But I was going to break my contract, honestly.
Uh-huh.
I did not like it there. And if they didn't find anywhere, that was a plan just to break it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
a couple weeks before, they told me that they found somewhere in Stockbridge. I'm working in Stockbridge, but I live in Covington.
Okay. So what's the process? What was the process like with the contract? Did they extend the years or?
So that's the thing. So the hospital that I was at, um, the contract for that hospital was 5,200 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So when I finished that 5,200, I could sign over to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
But because I moved now, I have to do the full 6,240 hours.
Okay.
So right now I have 2,000 something less. No, it's less than 2,000 because I did a couple hours this week. So it's
Mm.
like about 1,900 or so
Okay.
I
Okay.
have left. So hopefully by the end of the year to early next year, I should be finished.
Okay. So you put it up on your calendar, man, and just figure out how you're going to do it. 5 days a
Yeah,
week and done it by December.
that's the thing. I tried to calculate it, but it's not gonna. The math is not matching. It can bring me to next year.
From day one, I put in my calendar to do 4 days.
Yeah,
Can
I can't
actually
do five. I'm
4 days, and then I realized it not finishing the time period that I wanted it. I
to
bumped
do
it up to
five.
5, and then because most of the time I will be doing either resource or team.
Oh,
I'm not really charting most of the time, like
oh,
on a lot of patients because I'm doing like the strokes and the traumas. So those are pretty
yeah,
easy.
oh yeah, the
So
ED. Oh yes, you're working.
so I was just going in for work and just having the day of my life because I don't
Oh,
really have anything except the trauma rooms.
oh,
And so it was just like easy. So I bumped it up to 6 days some days.
oh my God.
And done the contract early. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah.
How long you stayed in your contract? How
It
long?
was like a little over almost a year and a half.
What the heck? That's quick.
I've had a child, huh?
I have a child. Well, I have two now. So
Oh.
it kind of, yeah, I have a 2 months old right now and a
Oh.
5-year-old. So,
Yeah, man. Done it. Call
yeah,
it a
but
day.
in time. I guess persons, because I have a friend, I came over with her and she's like finished,
Mm-hmm.
done. She work in the OR. So she's like
Okay.
5 days a week.
Yeah, because OR, that's
Just work.
OR. They
Just
don't really
work.
do anything that much.
She
You
just
know?
work.
Huh?
She just work.
Yeah.
We're
You're
like,
staying
girl.
at one spot most of the time. You're not running around in, 5 different departments to find
Yeah,
resources to take care of your patient. Everything is basically on one table.
yeah. I'm
So,
like, girl, you're not having a life.
uh,
Work.
did she have kids?
Big kids, like
Okay.
in middle school, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was there
So
with
things
her.
like that. Just
Yeah,
that. That's what I tell people, if you have a priority straight, you can get certain things done. You can get out of the contract within, a very decent time without you breaking the contract and having
yes,
class over you. So you just have to be smart.
yeah.
I can't use overtime to make up my contract hours.
Huh?
I'm not allowed to use the overtime to make up my contract hours.
Yeah, that's O'Grady.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I think MedPro starting that now. MedPro using hours now.
Uh,
I think. Um,
okay.
yeah.
I think I heard something at one point that MedPro was it MedPro? Or Avant was going to be doing something like that as well, where you can't use the hours
Uh,
overtime to complete your
well,
hours.
more finish before then start that.
Yeah, I don't think probably that would apply to you, seeing that you already signed your
Oh yeah.
contract under
Oh,
them.
yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think that would apply to you.
Yeah.
I think it's more for the ones that are going to be signing away their little life.
I guess because some people, I don't know, but everywhere, every contract, people end their contract. Some do it, some finish, some end it. It's just how it is. Some persons are not comfortable where they're at, I guess.
No,
So,
but a lot of times we have to remember that we're never, wherever they're going to be placing us, we're
yeah.
not going to be comfortable. So it's just this one time we're going to be uncomfortable because we all know that, when we're getting the offer, it's more of for the rural parts of basically America. Because
Yeah.
if you read up on, these long-term contracts or recruiting companies and where they actually get a lot of their clients from, it's from places that literally people don't want to go to work.
Yeah.
So, you're going to be expected to go there on these contracts and it's not going to be the best, but you just have to make the best out of it. That's just how I see it until you clear up the contract and you can decide what you want to do after.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just how I, was looking at it. Gifted girl, welcome, Jermaine Bennett, Gada Godana, Felanimi Graham, Camilla Sapone, welcome, welcome, welcome. Winston Pinnock, welcome. How are you guys doing? Mysteria, welcome as well. Yeah, so that's just it. Okay. So you're planning on staying in Georgia there, or you're planning on moving to somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm staying in Georgia. I like Georgia.
Okay.
I'll travel. I'll do road trips to other states.
States, okay.
Yeah. Because when I just came, I did a lot of road trips. But I kind of slowed down when I got pregnant and all of that.
Yeah, I love road trip, bad.
Yeah.
I
I
love road
drove
trip.
to Jacksonville for like 6 hours to Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, at one point. That's that. Road trip is nice.
But what you do down at Jacksonville?
Nothing. We just drive go down there.
Oh, because we got traffic, huh?
I don't think I did anything. We just drove there and just came back. Yeah.
Just feel like you burn some gas.
Yeah. Some house.
Okay. I drove from Texas here to Florida the other day.
Oh,
That
how
was
many hours?
That was 16 hours, almost 17 hours.
Yeah.
It was good.
How many times you stopped?
Girl, it's because I don't want any clots.
Yeah.
Yes, funny enough, because I wasn't planning on driving, or probably I would have had company with driving, let's just say. So me alone drive to Texas, to Florida, huh?
Oh.
Yeah,
I
this
like
time
driving.
around.
Yeah, I like driving.
But it was good. So funny enough, as soon as I leave the house, 1 hour later, me stop.
Oh, I could have done two.
1 hour. But then I say, is this even real? And me alone, if I go drive, go all the way to Florida. Is this even real? 1 hour. Then drive again. 1 more hour, me stop. And say, yes.
1 hour. So you're the Friday next day, that next 2 days.
I actually took, so initially I know I had planned for, to drive for 2 days to go down there. But when I was in Mississippi, I didn't even realize I was that close to Florida.
Yeah.
Because it said that I had like 6 hours, 6, 7, 8 hours. Is 8 hours? I think it was about 8 hours I had. But I thought I was going to go through Alabama, and I never wanted to go through Alabama and stay the night. So I stopped at this hotel in Mississippi.
Oh.
But if I had known, I could have driven a little bit longer for probably 3 hours, because when I stopped driving that day, it was like after 4.
Okay.
And sun not go down until late hours. So if I had stopped, if I had continued driving, I could have gotten into, what they call it, Secola? What a place in Florida name again? Some place in Florida.
Oh.
I would have been out of Mississippi and Alabama there, and be at the top there, the border of Florida.
Okay.
And I probably could have to spend the time there, because the next day I was driving and I drove probably like say 3 hours. Pensacola.
Oh yeah.
Yes, thanks for that, Ella. Pensacola.
Oh,
About 3 hours, I realized that I was in Florida.
Okay.
I was like, look at that.
Yeah.
But then I had roughly 5 more hours to get to my location in Kissimmee. And then I just drive down. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all.
Yeah.
So, and then when I was coming back, I did one day. But the thing about it is that, when you're coming back and you're on this road and you
Yeah.
realize that you start seeing a lot of Texas plates. So that was it. I saw a lot of plates going back to Texas, or I think they're going to Texas. And so I started driving along with some of them. And then because it's me alone now, and I feel like, me a big driver. You see some people that drive, just a grown cars and start growing with them. And that was it coming back to Florida, into Texas. So it was very good. So I did spend, the entire day driving. I left out like after 6. I think I left at 6:05. And I got back into Texas that night at probably like 11:40 thereabout. Because at one point, me not stop. Me not the 1 hour stop again. Like the 1 hour stop, yeah, that was just because I'm me alone and me just kind of feel a little bit bored driving. So I want to stretch the leg because I don't want to have no clots and all them stuff there. So me say yeah, but probably like probably the last 5 hours I just continue to drive because it was just sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But yeah, it was good. I did enjoy myself, except as I say, the little rain
Yeah.
and the park. The park was just they closed the park early
Okay.
because of the weather. Because every day it seemed like rain will fall and wash out the entire place.
So
But it was good. Huh?
you just drove there to go to the park.
Well, I spent the entire week there, and I took my son and my mom to Disney.
Oh, okay.
Well, SeaWorld.
Oh, SeaWorld. Yeah.
SeaWorld. I went down to Disney Spring and hung out down there, and then thing there.
Okay.
It
I
was
went to Disney Springs once
Mm-hmm.
when I was with Avant. When I was in Orlando.
Orlando. Okay. So it was good. It was good. Came back
Have
tired,
to
but
get used to driving. I'll have to get used to driving far because I'm so used to flying everywhere. But it's
uh-huh.
not, flights are not cheap in the States.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Well, when you're driving from Maine to well, not Maine, when you're driving from
Mm-hmm.
Bangor, they're gonna say banger.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go up there and you hear the people say, "I'm from Banger," and I'm like, "Huh,
No.
Banger?" And then they spell it.
Bangor.
It's Bangor, yeah.
Bangor.
But they say Banger. They have this little thing that they'll say. But you'll drive from there to Portland in Maine, and that's gonna be 4 hours. It's gonna be a
Yes.
little bit of a
Yeah.
nice, you just that when you're coming back in the night, you have to make sure you're looking out for all of those moose because they'll be
Oh,
crossing the
okay.
road. Yeah, they'll be
Yeah. Okay.
crossing. But if you don't trouble them, they don't trouble you. Just don't shine your lights on them.
Mm.
Yeah, but apart from that, because as I said, the place is like, you have a lot of trees down there. So the
Mm.
animals will be crossing, but you'll see signs up that
Mm.
this is like an area that has a lot of like animals, moose crossing, or they'll tell you that deer's crossing. So you'll
Yeah.
just be on the lookout at those areas, and that's because the area that side is not that populated.
Mm.
But it's okay. I never lick any. None never hit me, so you'll be fine.
Good.
Yeah.
But I won't be, my sister lives in Dallas. I won't be driving to Texas.
Oh, okay. Hopefully, when you
And
get here, we could actually
yeah,
meet up. It was
yeah,
nice to meet
yeah.
you.
She lives in Dallas. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Dallas
Yeah.
is like, well, depends on where in Dallas, but the heart of
Mm.
Dallas is like 35 minutes away from me. And I know I'm on a regular day. Like if it's
Mm-hmm.
in the evening, it probably it can be like probably like an hour away because of
Mm.
traffic. Yeah, I hate
Mm.
Dallas. I hate Dallas traffic. Dallas
Mm.
traffic, Fort
Yeah, I
Worth
remember that traffic. I've
traffic.
been a
I don't
few
like it.
times.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
So you went to Maine first, and then
Mhm.
you moved.
Mhm.
Oh, so you like Texas better?
Yeah, man. Mhm. I
Mm.
actually like it here. Yeah. So.
Texas, I really wanted to be in Texas, but Because I'm a psych nurse, there wasn't very many opportunities in Texas.
There's not much
Yeah,
hospitals
yeah.
here in Texas. Yeah.
But is it true that they don't have much psych hospitals in the U.S. overall?
Well,
Some states.
I really know about that one day, With the amount of
Um,
persons that have diagnosis, I would
Yes.
think that they would have had like a lot. I guess
Yes.
they have like, I guess they probably have a lot of hospitals that has like a unit for psych, They can hold patients for psych.
Well,
They
my
probably don't
hospital
have a
did.
psych facility.
My hospital didn't, because in the era where I was in Augusta, they said, I think they said a couple years ago they closed on all the psych hospitals. So even the hospitals that I was at, there was not a psych unit. They all come to the regular unit. I was
Oh
just
yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like most of the hospitals will have, and they'll say, okay, then these 5 rooms or beds are for psych patients.
oh
So because remember, most of the hospitals up here are private.
yeah.
So now, as long as they have the private rooms and they're sticking by the regulations when it comes down to psych, psych care, the management of patients with psych, I don't think a lot of places are gonna be or persons are gonna build a facility specifically for psych.
Yeah.
I think probably that's the problem. Because in
I'm
Maine
not
they
too
have one.
sure. Yeah,
Huh?
I'm not too sure about the states, but I know here, and I think it should be the same for the states as well. A lot of psych hospitals are standalone on their own, like in remote areas. Like
Yes.
historically, they would be in remote
Uh
areas.
huh.
So that's kind of what the situation is here, but I don't know if it's the same in the states.
I don't know if probably that's how this Maine got theirs, because Maine is like
Yeah.
so far up north.
Yeah.
I don't
Hmm.
know if that's how they got theirs, but yeah, there. I don't recall like there is one here. There is one that is associated with one of the private hospital, because we have about two public hospital around this side, major hospital. But the others are like private.
So what's the difference between public and private hospitals?
The ones that are like, run by or operated by the government,
Oh,
and then
so
the others are for profit.
oh, so the private ones are for profit.
And then the others are
Cheaper,
the government funded.
less expensive.
Yeah. So the government funded ones will operate like, they don't have much resources. So they make sure they're doing, as long as you meet the criteria for certain things, they will definitely go ahead and get those things done. But the private ones, they just order everything in the textbook because the mobility insurance, and then with the government, you don't have to have like insurance to get
So,
certain things done.
okay.
But some of the public hospital up here, I'm pretty impressed with how they go about with managing, like some of the patients, with the management of the patients and all. I'm pretty impressed with them, and getting them their medication, social workers involved, all of those services. Like there
Yeah.
are 2 hospitals, and when I go through some of the patients' chart, I'm like, whoa, they do all of this for the patients. They're pretty good because they're teaching hospital as well. So I don't know if that is making it a little bit different, from the other hospitals that I've worked at.
Oh. Have you seen any changes since the whole thing with the Medicare and Medicaid in terms of patients like
Here.
being um sent home from nursing home and all of that stuff?
Oh, nursing home.
Yeah.
No, I'm not aware of that right now. I guess because I just go in and see patients once a month, twice a month, whenever they call me. Um, so, but I know a lot of times, I will just hear that this patient is no longer with the service. I don't really like say follow up to find out why.
Oh.
Because sometimes they want to switch their primary care provider. They might have had change of insurance. I don't really go in that much of a detail because that don't really concern me. But yeah, I don't really know if if there is any in my practice right now that are not with us because of, you know, situations like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You know, I probably should have started combing out my hair. I don't think I'm gonna finish this, you know. I'm gonna
It's a
finish
lot.
it.
You do
Huh?
your hair?
Hmm?
You do it by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I don't feel like I'm gonna finish it because I'm not even
Yeah. You
halfway.
probably have to cut it. I think it's easier if you cut it.
Huh? Yeah, I don't wanna cut it too far because I'm gonna probably pull it like over tomorrow morning, like this.
Okay.
Ah, and this is my style for work tomorrow.
It's a lot though.
Huh?
It's a
Yeah,
lot. Yeah,
it's a lot. Some persons would ask me how many, like, you know, locks it is, and I'm like, I have no clue. I don't count them to put them in. I just put them in.
yeah.
Probably we're gonna just do. I'm gonna do that part, and then in the week I will do the remainder.
It's 3 days.
Huh?
How long it take you to pull it out?
You know, usually if I wasn't doing the live, I would have probably be, you know, all the way up. But you know, stop on a chat. So it's gonna take a few. But yeah, I will be finished by probably tomorrow. I'll still finish them.
Okay.
By tomorrow I'll probably finish it.
Yeah, I do my own hair too because hair is expensive.
I'll have to learn how to do my own as well because over here I always get my hair done and it's quite cheap, but not in
Um,
the States. I'm in the UK, so it's cheap here, but I'll need to learn how to do some styles.
yeah.
Well, I don't really know what style to do except this. And this is what I can do. This is what I'm gonna be working with because I'm not gonna spend in $400 for my hair to get done and then I can't laugh.
You probably
Like
pay four
it
hundred
don't.
dollars for that style.
Huh?
You probably pay $400 to get that done. The length
Mom,
and
I
the
spent
style.
$400 to get some box braids done and them not able. They call it what they call it. They call it. It's not small. They call it. It's medium. You have to really know so there.
Sweet.
It's
Medium?
am I saying it correctly?
I never heard that one before.
It's medium, like it's like in between, in between
Wow.
small and medium. Keela, let me see if Keela is the
Wow.
one in the corner. Yeah, it's like in between small and medium, and I'm like, okay then.
Mm.
And when they finish, it's like it's neat, you know. But they pull up this section a little bit too much, so now my face, I kind of have a nice little eyebrow. Yeah, just like this, and then we can't really laugh.
Yeah.
You understand? So I have to come home now and wet up my hair, like medium, small, something like that. Lady Richie. Yeah, I thought it was medium,
Oh, Lord.
but yeah, it's in between medium and small. But it's not even. It wasn't even like, you know, I couldn't really tell the difference. But it looked nice. But when I come home, I had to, like, you know, put my head in water because I wanted to kind of loosen up the sides.
Yeah.
And I had it in for a little bit and then I pull it down. But I'm like, no, this not worth it.
Yeah.
Not worth it at all. Huh?
$400 is a lot of money.
Yeah, they charge an arm and a leg to braid your hair. And I don't think, you know, but it did look good.
Yeah.
But as I said, my head was just hurting me and I couldn't do it anymore. So I stick to what I can do, and that's about it. That's about it. But yeah, but the box braid was nice. I was trying to look for the picture. Box braid was nice. So I just stick with this and then I keep it in and then I wash it and then I will retighten the roots and that's it.
Okay.
In between. And then when I get a chance, I pull it back down. And it's not heavy, you know.
It's not? It looks heavy.
Not heavy at all. It's heavy when I wash it.
Oh.
Because I have thick hair, so it's heavy when I wash it, but it's not heavy. Like I have it on. The first time I put it on, I thought it was gonna be heavy. And I was like, but this don't feel heavy. It's like just feeling like normal here on my head. Yeah.
Okay.
But I actually like it. And usually I'll do it a little smaller than this.
Oh.
So it looks more, real. Because that's what
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That natural look.
Real.
So when I do it a little smaller, I tend to get that look.
Right.
Um,
Rasta.
yes. Because I wanted to kind of faux locks my hair. Not faux locks, but, sister locks it from long time. But then I'm always like, no, I don't want to do it because, when you start growing out, it just kind of look weird. And after a while, you realize some person's hair just look a little bit dry or, it lacks moisture. And I don't want that to be happening with my hair. So I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And then I found this and I can do whatever with it. So it just makes sense. I do it like this. I guess, but when I'm older and arthritis, I kill my finger them. I can't do it anymore. Then I probably just call it a day and, just lock it. Yeah. But for now, my fingers are working perfectly fine. So I'll just continue doing it.
Yeah.
What styles do you do, Little Queen?
Huh?
What styles do you do,
Who, me?
Little Queen? No, no.
Oh,
Me?
Little Queen.
I can what do you call that? Crochet. I can braid.
Okay.
Crochet braid. Um, what else? Yeah, most of that. I mostly crochet my hair.
You're
And
natural?
yeah,
Okay. Your hair coarse like me or you have little quality in your hair?
I have lots of quality, but it's short. And I cut my hair, I think, a year ago or two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's growing back, but it's not bad. It's short. It had a little quality in it because my father had quality hair.
Okay, okay. No, so my one course, rub on your skin and it probably scratch you up.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
but it's easy to manage. So
So you
I
don't
don't
do a lot of like what do you call it? What do you let that like when you twist it and then let it out? Like you
Oh no! I don't have that much quality.
oh the quality not reach up they say it.
It's just soft and yeah, it's soft. A
Okay.
little bit curly, but not so much curly.
Okay, twist out I was talking.
Oh no, it's too short for that.
Oh, but sometimes you have the short hair and you can do the twist out, and they have this thing called the kinky curly with the custard. I tried it once, but then my head just looked so. Um, it wasn't for my quality hair. I needed whoever is using it have to have some curls there, some real curls, some quality. Yeah, man. And I gave it to a friend at work, and I tell you, when she used it, it was just looking so lovely.
Oh
But
yeah.
mine, just a little front, probably just have two little curls. And then it was just so soft, but then my hair was just like all the way out. And I'm like, don't stop. This don't make no sense. Yeah. But that thing kind of, I like it. And if you constantly use it, I don't know if it's something that is pretty common right now, but it does give you really good curls when you let out your hair. And if you're constantly using it, because it's three parts to it. You use the comforter, you use the other thing, and there is another one that you use like every day.
Okay.
And it gives you some really nice curls.
Oh,
Some really nice curls. I bought it on Amazon. I haven't seen it in a store. I don't know if it's a case where it's not that common or what.
oh. Yeah.
How a bird that?
I'm outside.
Is it a pet or is it just in the wild?
It's wild because
Huh?
I have trees in my backyard. So
Oh, so nurse Yams, so you're gonna hear some of those when I get into Maine.
Yes, yes. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. hmm You know what I always hear they talk about in Maine is those persons who have like the little puppies, the little chihuahua.
Mm-hmm.
So they have some hawks in Maine that used to go in.
Oh.
They used to go in people's backyard, or they'll see the little puppies running around in the yard, and they just go down and pick them up and carry them to a nest and
Ooh.
eat them. And then under the tree, everybody would normally go there to find their dog color. after the
Oh.
Hawks are finished with the I'm like, are you
I didn't
kidding
even
me?
know they have hawks here.
Yeah, they have some big. I don't know if it's real hawk, but they have them in Maine. That
Oh,
they're always talking about. Yeah. So they always say, just make sure your little chihuahuas are not outside because the hawks will come down and pick them up, and the only thing you'll find is their name tag under the tree. Like, oh Lord, yeah.
Oh Lord.
And the bobcats as well. They had a lot of bobcats up there. So
Mm.
yeah, but it was beautiful. It was nice up there. And when you spot any of those, it was always something nice to look at. As long as you don't move, they don't move. Yeah, and they're in the wild. Susie, welcome. Prince Junior 876, Windell Breezy. Welcome, Winnie. Welcome. Tayam, are you still here? I don't know. I see the invite. Yvette Christie. So what you have planned? You don't cook your Sunday dinner, little queen?
no, my mom cooked.
Oh yeah, show
My mom,
off.
my mom is here, so
Mine too.
mom
Mine
was
too.
cooking for me.
Mine too. What's on the menu? Rice and peas and chicken?
You know it. You know it. Rice and peas and chicken always.
Always for
If
a
they don't put that
Sunday.
on a Sunday, it's not Sunday dinner. Sorry.
Always on a Sunday.
But
Okay.
for me, anything I find, I cook. Anything I
Oh.
feel for.
Yeah,
But you
nowadays, yeah.
know those people, they're set in their ways, so they
Mm-hmm.
have to put the rice and peas
Rice
and
and peas and chicken. Yeah, like nowadays I'm not really like I'll eat it and I'll cook it if I'm in the mood, but it's not like,
yeah.
I have to always be cooking it. No, them the days are done with.
And then there's a
Right
tradition.
about no, you just want belly for full and
Yeah.
we good. That's how I
Well,
see it. So yeah. So you're working tomorrow?
yeah, I work night, so I'm working tomorrow night.
Okay. Let me
Yeah.
see that.
You normally work night shift or days?
Nights. I think I did, cause nights don't really have that much boss passing around and
Yes,
on a
nice is
patient
better.
relative.
Trust me,
Um,
I had anxiety on day shift
yeah, day
with
shift
the
is too
workload
crowded,
and all that. Yeah,
and especially when they don't have any limit on the amount of patient relatives in the room. Like, no, we
yeah,
can't deal with that. Cannot deal with it. You understand? Because if you have emergency, I need place to go ahead and try to resuscitate patients. And sometimes you're there and you probably tell them that, oh, too much persons are here.
yeah,
They
they
take it the
don't.
wrong way. You understand? They don't see it as a safety issue. Me can't. No. So kudos to all persons who do night day shift.
Just
You guys were made for it. I did day shift for 1 year at a cardiac hospital. And it was okay. Because it wasn't like it was a 5-bed ER and we only did the cardiac, so it was okay. The rooms were very small, like
yeah.
sorry. Hmm?
Day shift on med surge is
Rough.
horrible. You have to up and down, up and down. Like the hospital where I was at, the charge nurse, she leaves there in the nights at 11 o'clock
And go
to go
where?
home. After she finish charting and all of that, it's 11 o'clock p.m. and
And what
she's
time?
on 7 to 7.
Yeah, she. Yeah. Me couldn't work with she.
7 p.m.
Me couldn't work with she.
No, it's just the unit is very heavy and
Oh.
it's so demanding. Yeah, and she's a
Oh.
charge. But she doesn't like to. So like, if somebody's to get the sixth patient and then they don't want to take the sixth patient, she'll take it because she don't want to like offend anybody or don't want anybody to curse.
Oh.
I think she's Asian, Korean, Asian, or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's so sad. So
yeah.
she
So
got,
that's
yeah.
why she's that late because she have like extra work to do, and she
Mhm.
has to start and then do her charge nurse work and all of that. So
Yeah, that no fear.
yeah,
That no fear. Yeah. So how is it on your floor? So just kind of give me a rundown. Let's give our viewers, our followers, a little information regarding your floor. So
Oh,
the patient
so
ratio.
all right. Well, I moved from hospitals now. I just started this week, so I haven't started on that hospital yet. But the one that I was at before, it was 1 to 5 ratio. Sometimes you'll get 6. Like on separate days, they have this thing. Let's say you get 6 patients today, you probably won't get 6 patients until, let's say, a week. You get 6 patients only when everybody gets their 6. So it'll come back to you. So for the most part, it's 1 to 5 patients.
Okay. Another
Yeah.
thing I cry about from the emergency room, so no busy up there.
Yeah, but the emergencies are different kettle of fish. I like when they have this what you call it? What you call it? What's the word again? They have these things that even if you can't take the patient, they're still gonna send the patient.
Yeah,
What they
man, we
call
still put the patient in bed and make them comfortable because the emergency room must continue working. You know? You think we can tell the ambulance, say, pause with that chest pain, pause with that heart attack. The
Yeah.
nurse is on the floor, they're busy, and it is 6:59, shift change. No, dear. So, why don't you think so special? Eh?
No, but no, honestly though, it was kind of frustrating initially because like 6:45 they said the patient, even 7 o'clock, like no,
Same thing when the CPR them are come in, the CPR them
have
are
to
come
come.
in, and the people will say, yes, we want, we want. Guess what we have to do? We still have to go ahead and do it. So I say, what is special about Uno? When
So
I used
you
to work
see,
on, eh?
so that's the thing because you're not in the area, you probably don't understand what is going on down there. You'll probably say, oh, they're just sending the patient because they want to send the patient.
Mm-hmm.
So because when you work there, you have more insight, so this is what's happening, so this is
Exactly.
why we have to send the patient. So
Uh-huh.
that's kind of different.
And that's why I always love when they come down. I love when they come and say that they're floating down to the emergency room. I say, yeah, man, float. I go and put in that room. Eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, man, send them down here, let them float. Because if they don't come to the emergency room and float and see what is going on, they will never understand. So, yes, sometimes they get upset, and you have some persons who are like, yeah, we understand that this is what is going on. So let us just put the patient in the room and get them comfortable, and then we can hand off to the new shift. But
Yeah,
some
that's how
persons, if they don't know and they've never gone down there to get the floating and see exactly what the emergency room is all about, then we not take the patient until all 12 o'clock the night. Yeah, man. 12. You leave it up to them. The patient get hand off probably the next shift, the next day
oh
to the
Lord.
next patient, the shift.
Yeah. But for the most part, the night shift is okay. You get your patients, you check your charts, check your patients, serve your meds, and you sit down charting. Nobody to bother you.
You hear that sit down charting. Nobody to bother you. Hear them words there? Look here,
Yeah.
man. Mm.
But trust me, on day shift you just up and down, up and down, up and down. Like you could don't even eat lunch. Like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes when I was on day shift, sometimes it's 5 o'clock. I'm eating.
You're eating lunch supper, taking supper.
That's super, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's crazy. Some people like it though. Some people like the day shift because they say that they don't like to miss their sleep and all of that. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine. I
I
Yeah.
do
sleep
night
in the
shift as well, but I'm moving to day shift because I need my sleep back.
day. Well,
My sleep is messed up at the moment, so I
well,
need
you
to
probably
get that
move back
back.
to day shift after you finish after your experience.
You
What happened?
experience it. That's what I was saying to her. Like, I would encourage anybody if you're transitioning, stick to the night shift, honestly, because day shift, when I'm done
Yeah.
with your pan day shift, and
That's
not to mention, like, when you have the ambulances coming in and your room
Mm,
empty and you get all the patient on day shift.
yeah.
You getting all the
mm,
patients, it's like there's no room for you to turn and breathe and go into the bathroom and say, yeah, man, let me empty my bladder. No, because by the
Yeah.
time you come back,
mm.
there's another patient, or them take a patient out of the room and give you a new one without you even knowing.
Yeah. Sometimes the patient even reach to the floor and
The
don't
floor,
even.
you don't even give report yet. That used to
Yeah. Yeah.
hurt
That's
me,
true.
burn me.
That's true.
Never like it any at all.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, I moved the patient off the tracker and put the patient where? Then you have to sit down and be looking. No, sir. Them, and as I say, I guess probably because it's all about the money. So you realize
Yeah.
the time is of the essence, and
Mm.
so they do things and don't even care about the nurse who is taking care of the
Yeah.
patient because they want to make the board or the tracker look good for the boss who is in Paris, who is looking on the tracker. Make sure say she's happy with what's happening.
Yeah, and sometimes they reserve rooms for people coming from wherever.
Exactly. So that's just it.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
but
So,
yeah,
how much hours do you get for lunch break? Because nurse EMs is accustomed to 1.5 lunch.
Yes.
30 minutes.
EMs is accustomed to 1.5 hours. How much you
No,
get?
ma'am. It's 30 minutes, and sometimes they'll say not to interrupt you on your break and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're on your break and a code is called, you're not gonna. Even though you might want to stay because they said don't interrupt you, you want to go because it's your patient.
Patient, yeah. And but if you chart it that you had a code and your charge nurse is able to account for that, then they still pay you
Yeah.
for your break.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's 30 minutes.
Okay.
Say an hour because you can take separate 15 minutes break. But
Mm-hmm.
I've never
Oh, they do
done
it
it.
in Georgia as well.
Yeah, I heard it, but I have never done it.
Yeah, man, we did do it in a main because I realized that every time you have certain persons taking smoke break, and as I was telling nurse
Yeah.
EMs, after a while I become a smoker as well because
Hmm.
I'm going on that smoke break. So yeah, they would be like, "But you don't smoke." I said, "No, I'm not smoke, but that's the only way for me to get a break, right?" But then again,
Yeah.
you will realize, if they don't get the smoke break, they start getting jittery. Like literally, the
Yeah.
department will turn upside down if they don't get their smoke break. So you just let them go on their
Yeah, and
smoke
then when
break
they
and you
come
just
back,
fall into,
and when they come back from that break, the smoke is just strong. It's
Yeah,
like
I never like it. Never like
can't
it.
take it.
One of the charge nurse used to do it, but she always wears a mask, so you won't
Oh.
smell it. But for some of the others, and I'm like, this just doesn't make no sense. You understand? Because we have asthmatic patients that we're dealing with, and if me can't breathe around you, can imagine those patients that are asthmatic. That
Yeah.
comes in for their shortness of breath, and you go over now doing EKG and just be there breathing down there. Like
Yeah.
it's just
But at
not
the
fair
same
for them.
but at the same time they'll say that the hospital is a smoke free hospital.
Hospital. Not the bun me so when they tell me that is a perfume free.
Yeah.
Perfume free hospital. I'm like, no, that don't make no sense. Because
Oh, Lord.
everybody else coming in with different fragrance that is not,
Yeah.
like I'm gonna add my little perfume and come in. But they
Mhm.
were saying, yeah, it's not a
It's a
perfume
perfume free.
free and it's not and it's smoke free, but yet still everybody
No.
smells strongly with cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
Nah, me wear my perfume. May wear my perfume because I can't deal with the smell sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah. In terms of like the teamwork on your floor though, Little. What is your real name? Are you really
Sophia.
Little?
Yeah, my husband. Well, yeah, that's my married name.
Oh, so your name Little Queen for real?
No, not Queen.
Oh.
I just put Little Queen because that's my married name.
Oh, okay.
But my name is Sophia.
Sophia. Okay, Sophia. My name
Yeah.
is Stacy Ann.
Hi.
So in terms of teamwork on your floor, how do you find that, especially being a transitional nurse or international nurse? Sometimes they think that the international nurse they don't know what they might do. What's the
Well,
teamwork?
initially, it has to do with them because initially, when I just got on the floor, they say whenever you have like a rapid,
Mm-hmm.
everybody's supposed to go to the room and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
When I just started, and whenever there's an emergency, I'm always gonna go because
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's an emergency.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be like going to the room and hurrying. Say what you want to do. Your vital signs done already. Whatever done already. And I see like people just walking casually down.
No
Like,
emergency.
nothing is happening. I'm like, okay then. So
Uh-huh.
nobody cares. I'm like,
Exactly.
okay. So and it has been like that for a couple of months, and then after that, I see people more. They're more, what you call it now, helpful per se. So they come and they'll ask. And before I left, it was the teamwork was a bit stronger, I would say, because whenever there's a rapid or whatever, most people like a lot of people be at the door and helping what you want to do, da da da. You call the doctor already, whatever, whatever. Yeah. So, but you'll find people who still don't care.
Yeah.
It's not
You
their
don't always
person.
have that one and two.
Yeah. So, but I didn't have a problem with them in terms of
Okay.
them helping me or whatever. In terms of being an international nurse, I didn't have
Okay.
any issues. Yeah.
Okay. So what about your tone? You have no tone?
Cool. No, actually no.
Oh, so you're
The-
always just a sweet person, like, this little. Were you the yes nurse or
No,
the in
no, ma'am.
between?
No, ma'am. I say no. I say no. Well, let me tell you, I have never go to the hospital when I'm not scheduled to work ever.
Exactly.
So whenever my manager texts me, asks me, oh, 250 to spot bonus and $20 critical pay, I'm like, no, ma'am.
Okay.
I ain't coming in. I'm sorry. I'm busy. I'm tired. Whatever. But no, I don't like to. I like to have scheduled. So I
Yeah.
do have 4 days and that's it.
And
Don't ask
that's
me
it.
to do five.
Why in my room?
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me to do five. Because
Okay.
yeah, I'm structured like that. I can't. It's gonna be hard for me to leave my house when I'm not scheduled to go to
To go
work.
in.
Yeah.
How did you
So
find like when it comes on to orders? Like, do you just take orders like that, or when it comes on to orders, do you find out that if you're supposed to be asking a provider for order, do you have a struggle with that, or they're pretty open to your
some
concerns?
of them, because sometimes they're a bit reluctant to do orders, especially like restraints orders.
Yeah, nobody really like restraints, They really.
Yeah. They're reluctant to do those orders, but for the most part, they're okay. I didn't have much issue with the doctors really. Some of them were like don't want to do the stuff or are brushing it aside or whatever. But for the most part, they're pretty okay.
Open with.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, okay. In terms of like, the transition from Jamaica to the States here, how did you find that in terms of nursing care?
Um. Well, so you know that the principles and all that, the fundamentals, the skills and everything is the same, but the added technology and everything makes it a little bit different. So it was kind of not to say challenging, but just to learn how to put your nursing skills to their technology. Yeah.
What
Oh,
charting system they use?
Epic.
I love Epic. Oh my word.
Well, I
I
didn't
love
start with
Epic as
Epic.
well. Yeah.
I actually started with Cerner,
That's
and
when I
then
started with the main.
Wellstar came and they bought out Augusta University, so and they switched over to CERN to Epic just last
Okay.
year October.
Okay.
Yeah, but Epic is good
I
because
love
even the
Epic.
other day when I went to my new hospital, they're teaching Epic, and I was like, I didn't even know that there was some stuff you could just click the macro. I think they have this macro thing. They just say within normal limits for everything. I'm like, okay, they taught me that. So
Yeah, that mash up a lot of us on our license within normal limit. One click.
yeah,
And look, when you look, the patient don't have any legs. But yet still it says that within normal limits
yeah, that's the
for,
thing. I didn't know
4 legs. Huh?
I didn't even know they have that part.
That's why I don't
Yeah,
really
that's
like it.
true.
I don't really like that part of the
Yeah,
assessment. Yeah, I
that's
prefer
true.
to free text as much as I possibly can, along with, within the normal limit, or not all the time. I'll click on
But
within the normal limit,
no,
but
but if it's in the normal limit, it is. But
it
it's just that you as a nurse should assess the patient and say,
yes,
is it really in the
because if
normal
I'm
limit?
gonna write that, I'm probably gonna add something else to it to make it look a
Yeah,
little bit different than all the 5 patients or the 15, 20 patients that you encounter for the day have
Within the
not within
time.
normal limit. Like, no,
Yeah.
there must be something that stand out.
And
So,
that's the thing. Sometimes some nurses will put okay within the normal limit, and then when I look, I'm like, oh, but the patient is having this. The patient is having that. I'm gonna change that assessment. I'm gonna put this is what's happening.
oh, but
So
that's your
you don't
note. So
have,
you chart what you see.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
So,
kind of weird because in that patient chart, one have normal limits and then the other one. So it's kind of what you would say now, not consistent or
eh,
somebody not doing the correct assessment. Then
yeah,
it shouldn't
yeah.
be that the patient having this, and then you're gonna write it's within the normal limits, and then somebody's gonna write not within the normal limits. So it
It's
to access
conflicting
that chart,
and
it's
it's very
conflicting.
conflicting. But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, you see, as long as you see what I chart is the correct thing, me not really business.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
sorry, because it's their responsibility to make sure they're checking. You understand? It's their responsibility. I
Yeah.
remember when I was team lead at this hospital. I was working resource for at this hospital, and we had a patient that was coming in, and the ambulance called to say that the patient is coming in. And the patient have maggots. So, when me hear maggots, my antenna does them just go straight up. But usually, whenever I have an ambulance coming in, and depending on what's going on, if I hear shortness of breath, me I put on the full blown PPEs for
Yeah.
COVID. And if I hear maggots, yeah. And if it's an elderly patient, I'm always gonna be in my plastic gown. I'm ready, ready for the work. Because I don't want any urine or poop or nothing to be on me when I'm done with that patient. And I want to make sure that I'm comfortable with taking care of them. And I tell you, I put on that, and everybody was like, Stacy again with the gowns. I'm like, yeah, the hospital providing them. So I
Yeah.
am going in. So, anyways, the patient came and they move over the patient. So, most of the hospitals have nice white sheet. This was a hospital that I work at, and they had some really lovely clean sheets and well neat out and everything. And so I went in when I got the call. I went in and I prepped the bed with the incontinent pads and the draw sheet and everything, and I put incontinent pads on all of the bed. Incontinent pads are some really big ones, so I put it on because, as I said, they said that the patient has maggots, and there was so much things. The patient was having shortness of breath. The patient was on a non-rebreather. All of them stuff there. So, anyways, I went in and I laid the bed with all of those. So the patient came now, or the ambulance came, and they were transferring the patient. And there were probably like about 8 of us in the room at the time, and there was no time to move over the patient. So because you see, most of the time the ambulance they'll come with the patient, and they have like tons of blankets on the patient, so you can't really see anything. But nobody was thinking that this patient was quote unquote a half a person. And I tell you, I don't mean to laugh, but I tell you, we were moving the patient over. But, like you're lifting the leg part, and
Like, that must feel
there
weird.
was there was nothing. And I say, I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I'm just trying to explain to you something here. There was nothing to
Yeah.
move over. So, anyways, as I say, I'm already in my gowns and everything. So I was there now, and with the other folks. So we were unraveling the sheet. And then out of the blues is some big maggots just crawling like this.
Oh Lord.
I'm like, okay. So everybody now run, but I'm standing at standing there because I'm already in my gown. But let me tell you,
Yeah.
I literally threw up in my mask because I never expected what I was seeing crawling on those white
Oh
chucks.
my God.
I ran out of the room after and took off my mask and everything. I said, I can't go back in there. I cannot go back in there. But anyways, there was this one nurse who was like into wound care.
Yeah.
And she went in, and I tell you, it was like a total ecosystem down there. This lady so she was in one of those I think they have like a Econo Lodge, those little motels.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she was in one of those motels. When we tell us the lady, when we say rank, it's what it is when them say you're rank or you're out of order, you don't know manners, you're feisty. That was the kind of patient. So apparently she fired her home health team And
Oh.
so she never had anybody to be doing her dressings, and she was just stuck in this place. She has no legs. She had a catheter in, like it hasn't been changed for a long time. And apparently somebody smelled something from the hotel room and decided to go and knock. Nobody answered. They called the cops, and they went in, called the ambulance and all of those things. And that's how the patient ended up there. But the long and short of it is that all of this was happening. Let me tell you, it was a total ecosystem down there of maggots. You understand? When I tell you, when I finally got back in, because the young lady had taken off all of those sheets and everything, and we were there now because she put on the little dressings and trying to make sure that everything was, secure. So we're trying not to do EKGs. I tell you, I couldn't find a place to put EKG leads because it was all the way up in the belly. You understand? Like the entire thing. She died couple days later because we disrupted that ecosystem there, because after a while your body is accustomed to certain things. You take a homeless person off of the street and bring them to somewhere that is clean. Yeah, most of the time they don't really survive that long, depending on what's going on. And it was the same situation. But we did everything with her and took her to ICU, and she was there. And out of the blues, I thought the nurse, out of the blues, I was there, just going through the chart to make sure certain things were documented. And the person who was supposed to be the primary nurse, you would have thought that person would have charted that there was 1 maggot or 10 maggots. The person charted that the lady had 4 limbs. 4 limbs. There's not one note to say that there was a maggot that patient came with.
Wow.
There was nothing to say that the patient was on a non-rebreather, nothing at all. When you're reading the notes, everything within normal limit. I had to call her and I said, I'm going to have you just go ahead and just document properly on that patient, because there's no way you can have a patient that is half of a person or quarter of a person. You're documenting that there is 4 limbs, 4 extremities, and you don't make any mention that this lady don't have any back. You understand? Because the entire back is like a wound.
Yeah.
Don't have any vaginal area. The only thing that was there was like a little opening for the catheter. And you're going to write that everything within normal limit?
Yeah, that's
like, no, go ahead and fix up the note. Huh?
That's beyond crazy.
Then ICU called and asking, who is the primary? But she was already upset that I said something to her. And I'm like, you have to document to save your life. Because can you imagine if you have a relative come and say, yes, I bring my mother here. And you're noticing, and only to realize that this patient never came in with any lower extremities, but you document that there is 4. Like them can't, turn things into something that will benefit them. So she was upset that I did say it to her, but I just feel as, from one colleague to the other, it's our responsibility to save each other, because we know how we work hard for this little license. You understand? And she was upset. She went and reported me to the manager. I say, look at that.
How you gotta report yourself?
Exactly.
You gotta report yourself.
You report yourself. So I went and said to her, I said, go and ask the other members of the team who were there, what was the presentation of the patient. Go and ask them what was the presentation of the patient, and then you can come back and look at her nurse's notes to see what the presentation you're getting from her notes. So the manager went ahead and tell her that she definitely need to go ahead and think there, and next time she's supposed to go ahead, take pictures and everything, because we have those in place, take pictures and everything of the wound and all. You understand? And then ICU called. They actually filed an official report, like a complaint, because they're saying this is ridiculous, because there wasn't anything charted for, like the IV, the non-rebreather bag, like nothing at all. Nothing. I remember she's a primary, so most of the time you're primary, you're responsible for that. The lady got upset, and I'm like, look at that. This is what, it comes down to a lot of times. You're trying to help your colleague, and then it come back and backfire at you and her at the same time, but she only digging her grave a little bit, She's just digging herself a little bit deeper in that grave.
Because she went to the manager. That's crazy.
You went to the manager about something that you should have even just think about. Huh?
She could have said, thank you, and just go back, hurry up, go back and change it. She got to the manager.
The girl in the chart, one
No, the manager gonna say that. No, the manager gonna say that she does not doing a proper assessment.
Obviously. I was like, sir, so surprised when I looked. This lady has 4 extremities. And I'm like, who is it that this lady has 4 extremities? Her stock is like in the 60s. She's on a non-rebreather bag. Like, come on, let's just make sure we're documenting properly. So, you know, that's why I say, like, with that, I like it sometimes because especially if you have like your easy cases, you know, like a little fractured limb, you know, headache, whatever it is. Nothing is wrong with that because you can do like a straight focus assessment. But for patients that are really sick, you know, I feel as though I try to not use up too much of that within normal limit. Because I want them to see that I really listen to bowel sounds, I really listen to the lungs, I really check the skin, things like that. And then from there. But I tell you,
I think some people charge for just charting sake, really. Or just click. Maybe not chart, but click.
Just click, click, click. Yeah, there were some that was doing that, and I was like, this not even make no sense. You know, make no sense. You understand? And after a while, I was like, you know what? Everybody practicing on their own license. You understand? Because when I go and do my notes afterwards, you'll be looking at 2 different patients. Finish. I don't care about what you charted because and then after a while, when you start working with some of them, you know the ones that have attitude. You understand? You know the ones that are full of attitude, and you know you tell them something and they probably just let them stay there. You understand? Just let them stay there. I just want to start and just document, and that's it. I just make sure I put who I get the report from. Sometimes they don't even want to put the name on the chart. They just go ahead and put who I get the report from. So when they have questions, they don't have to come to me alone. You understand? Can go to whoever. But that's it. But that's what I said. Just chart and make sure you're charting for yourself, your license. Because if you follow this charting system as well as not only charting system but healthcare system in America, because it is all about money.
For real.
Sometimes people, they throw money at you and you feel as though, you know, you have to be doing so much more. You're trying to impress them with the turnover time, and, you know, you seem as though you're working hard and smart sometimes, but you're not documenting and all of those things. Not worth it. It's not worth it. But it depends. Because I've seen a lot of that. I was working at this hospital as well. And as I say, I'm the kind of person that if I'm working with you, and even though you are not my bestie, we're teammates, you understand? And I believe in teamwork. It's not your patient, it's our patient. And I remember we were getting this patient from like this is the same hospital, but from like a different area. And let me tell you, so the patient was so sick. The patient was an ICU patient that was on like multiple drips, cardiac drips, and the blood pressure was like in the 260s over 150s. This patient was having chest pain. Patient had central line, and when they sent over the patient, the only thing that was there was a triage notes, and I'm not exaggerating. It was just a triage note and you know, the dispo to say the patient was transferred. Then there was the vital signs that was done from whatever time when the patient was triaged and the blood pressure was there. The patient was issued like a level 3, and there was no EKG, nothing done, nothing at all. And when the patient came over, I said, okay then, so at what time did we start the nicardipine? At what time did we start the amiodarone? All of those things. What are we running at? Because there's nothing documented, because a lot of times you have your verbal orders, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to go ahead and document certain things. You understand? I'm like, what are we running at? I can see, but when did we start this? What are we titrating at? And that was just it. And I called the nurse and I said, you need to take responsibility for your patient and for your actions. It can't be a case where, you know, because the department is full, because that's what they were always saying. Oh, the hospital is the short staff. No business in the hospital and short staff. You understand? You are responsible for the 4 or 5 patients that you get. That's it. You understand? You could have shot some more. It doesn't mean that you're going to mess up one patient or your documentation for one patient because manager don't want to spend any more money with hiring additional staff to come and cover for. You understand? Or they don't want to put the hospital on diversion because they still want to make millions of money off of the ambulances that are coming there. Like things like that. And our problem that, you understand? You have 4 patients, focus on the 4 patients, because if something happens to those four patients under your care, it's your responsibility. You understand? The others that are coming there, you definitely want to take care of them. But at the end of the day, like, that's a hospital problem. So don't let it be a case where you're saying that, oh, they're short staff and then you're not focusing on or doing the proper checks, the documentation for your patients. And then know when you have the patients that are critical that needs to be transferred to a facility, or, everybody running around trying to figure out what we did or what we didn't do for this patient because we haven't documented anything. And so, that was just it. I had her go ahead and try to make sure she documented at the time. And that was even before the patient even got over to our specialist hospital, the cardiac hospital. And like when I said to her, did you talk to anyone regarding the blood pressure, or getting an EKG? Sometimes, as nurses, I don't think we're, some persons are thinking or critical enough to be saying, okay, then this is what is happening. Let's get the EKG, let's get the troponin, let's get a CT scan, advocate for the patient. It's like you get a blood pressure, and you see the blood pressure of 260s over 150s, and you just sit down there looking at the blood pressure, and the patient looking at you, and the patient is, going downhill, and you don't say anything to anybody. Or if you do say something to somebody, you're not documenting that, I spoke to this doctor, and the doctor said him no want to do no CT scan, and him no want to do no EKG, because then the doctor, the medical officer, was like so upset that this patient was triaged from whatever time. 2 hours later, the patient is getting an EKG, and then only to find out that this patient is having like a AAA and all of those things going on. You understand? When that should have been like on top of their radar, getting CT scans, EKG, blood work, transferring out in the first couple of hours. You understand? So that was just the situation for her. So make sure we're documenting every single thing you can, especially on those critical patients. I know a lot of times time is of the essence, but you have to find the time to make sure you document. You have to find the time to document. If it's a case where you can't catch up on your patient, you let your charge nurse know this is what is happening. You have so many critical ill patients. You definitely want to focus on this one, because it can't be a case where regular ICU nurses have probably like a 2 to 1 ratio, and you in the emergency room have 4 of the same patient that ICU nurses have. Just not work. You understand? So you have to know your limit. You have to know when to say, no, I am at my max, or you have to go take 2 of these patients because these 2 don't have any blood pressure, or these 2 blood pressure is too high, and get them situated before you move on to someone else. Yeah. So that was just it. And I realized it was like a trend. It was a trend. They would say, yeah, we're just short staff and we don't have enough staff, stuff like that. Or sometimes you hear them say, well, this is what they do. And I'm like, okay, then, but what is the protocol? What is the policy? What were you trained? You understand? What were you taught to do? Not because you see Tom, Dick, and Harry doing the same thing, it doesn't mean that the practice is correct or it's safe. You understand? You ask, why are you taking so much blood? Why are you doing this kind of specific blood work? Oh, because they always do it. Okay, but why? Is there like, what's your rationale behind? What are you thinking as to why you want to do that? And so, it's just scary because they're not charting, they're not doing certain things, they're not advocating on behalf of the patient, and then, putting themselves as well as their license at risk with the patient. So that's just it. But yeah, I don't even know how we ended up over there. I think we were talking about the within normal limits.
Oh yeah.
Story. That was just it. Yeah. But yeah. But I like Epic though. I do like it.
Yeah, Epic is cool.
Hi, Cavion. Kane, yeah, something like that. Sandra Williams, thank you so much for tuning in. Janice James, welcome. Carmen White, welcome. Rancliffe, Natasha Paisley, Ricardo Richards. I see you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. But yeah, so that is one thing that, I always see a trend with. But the documentation part, me not leaving without making sure that, I document on my patients. I am not leaving. The longest I'll probably stay is probably like an hour because I try to chart, as you go along. And
Yeah.
even so, even if I'm not charting as I go along on the computer, I still have, the time. But I like to chart because of that timestamp. So nobody can say, oh, you chart later, but the time is wrong. You understand? Because even if I chart, say for example, I did something at 2 o'clock and I'm charting at 7 o'clock, for example, not that long, I'm going to chart because it's going to timestamp for 7 o'clock, but I'm still going to put in my actual time when I did certain things. And if I'm going to chart at 7 o'clock, that is just going to be the one entry and it's going to capture all the time that I do certain things for my patient. So if at 2 o'clock we do whatever, it's going to be at that 7 o'clock time period. You understand? Because that's what it's going to timestamp at. So they can see. Or I might, if you start a code at, say, for example, 2 o'clock, I will go ahead and say the code was started at this time. And then from there, I just put in everything else and whatever. But I see some people will put in the actual different time. I don't have time for that. I just do one chart because management and whoever is auditing will know that obviously during that time I wasn't really charting like that. So I chart only once. At this time the code started and this time the code finished, and then I can continue with following up with the management. But yeah, you have to be smart because then sometimes you're thinking about when they bring you to court, you don't want them to say, so how you find time at 2 o'clock to be charted, but yet still the patient is dying, Because lawyers, they will take you around the world, to bring across a point, They will do that. So I try to think along, what they call it, defensive charting. Yeah, I try to practice that as much as I possibly can because I don't want it to be a case where I don't know if what I'm doing is correct, but for me, how I'm thinking, it just work out, that's just how I want it to work out in my favor. And so that's how I go about doing it. CK433, Nurse Yams, I don't know what happened. Did your phone die again? You have to make sure you charge up or keep it plugged in when you're doing a live. That's what I was told. Yeah, so that's just it. Oh, people still commenting on my video. The video with the lady and how they're treating their parents.
Oh.
Oh, so this one says, so Queen Esther 2 says, and another thing, the grandchild seeing her mom treating her grandma like that is a deep message of what is coming down the road when you will hear that it is generational curses. Exactly. Definitely so. This is why me hate funeral at that time. You see families show up and the biggest spending going. True. Yeah, man. People, if you know, really sad. Maybe you could do the same. Okay. Maybe you could do the same. I did reports. What is that? I do reports.
I'm gonna have to leave you now.
Come on, do your thing. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, talk to you next time.
No problem. And then Me Too or the early morning drive. Oh, that was something different. Them now get old. People treat them, whatever. Okay. All right, so true. What a shame. This is so sad to me. All right. Can I get hungry now? Cash Will 8, welcome. K125, welcome. So how are you guys doing? I know we've been chit-chatting here for a little bit. Uh, okay, no problem. If you want, you can send back a live if you are up to it. If you want to just hang out. Yeah, so Nurse Yems is a nurse in the UK. She's into not ICU. She's in psych. Yeah, she's a psych nurse. So last night we were talking, and she was just sharing her, what it is like working in one of those private hospitals in the UK. So if you're a nurse and you want to share your story, feel free to go ahead and send me a request and we can do that. So this is what I want on my YT page as well. As I say, I'm trying to do something like a podcast, but I want to hear what it is like being a nurse in different places around the globe. I want to feature a lot of my Jamaican nurses because that is a yard, so I want to put a spotlight on them for the wonderful work that they're doing, even though every day we get cussing because of the long wait and the lack of resources and the ton of other things that, is being broadcasted, but nobody sees the work that they're doing for a place that is short staffed or lacking a lot of resources. So I want to feature them a lot on my channel on YT. So it's Think Nursing, all right? It's one word, Think Nursing. So go over there and be a part of the family. And you can also follow me here on TikTok. If you're new and you haven't seen the first part of the live, we did talk about a few things, but I will post my video, the full video, on my YT page. It's gonna be long, but you'll find information in it. And then from there, all right, and then from there. But yeah, so if you have stories, I'm open for. They can't believe somebody on the live so long. No, sir. I'm gonna be open for persons to call in. I have my cell phone number there as well. You can go ahead and WhatsApp. Yeah. So you can always go over to that page. Let me put it down here and comment. So this is it. Let me don't write the name. I'm gonna put YT at Think Nursing. All right. So please follow or subscribe. All right. Thank you. I'm giving a heart, a hug from now. All right. So see you there. And pin. All right. So you can go over there and subscribe. Okay. Oreen Thomas, welcome. How are you doing? Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just gonna try and finish this. I don't think I'm gonna finish it. I'm just gonna do these. I'm tired and hungry. Yeah, this thing not working out for me for today. So tomorrow I'll probably do a little bit more. So I guess probably by Wednesday I'm done. Yeah, probably by Wednesday I'll be finished. So I guess I'm not gonna be able to do it until next week. Next week I'm gonna be able to do my braids. So I'm not going to do any live, right? I'm not gonna do any live in the upcoming days because we're not going to have any hairstyle. I will still be doing a live. I'll be doing a live. As I say, I'm not really that much of a fussy person. So I'll come with my braids, my hair, like, you know, just done okay. Yeah. To share the information with you guys. CJ Chosen, how are you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Mommy K75, thank you so much for tuning in as well. And remember to like up the live and share as well, if you're able to do so. All right. Share up the live. And then from there, yeah. All right, it's 4 o'clock. What is this? I'm gonna go and eat some food. My fasting is over. I'm gonna go and eat some food, and then I will see you guys in another live. All right, I'll see you in another live. I also go on YT, but I will post it when I'm going on YT, because if I'm gonna go on YT live, I'm not gonna go on TikTok live at that time as well. I can do it, but I'm not gonna be looking in one of the camera. Probably I'm gonna be focusing more on whoever is giving more attention. So if I get in more, you know, likes over here, then probably I'll end up be focusing on you guys. But I'll try to do a live on YT, and I'll put it on my page so you can come over there and meet my friends over there as well. All right. But until then, the people that laugh after me here. The people that laugh after me. Until then, you know what? I am going to go. I'm going to eat some food. And then I will see you guys in another live. All right? Enjoy your evening. All right. And thank you, everybody. Nurse Yams, it was nice to chatting with you again. All right. And get some rest now. All right. All right. Bye.